Spaceship. welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is some more of Nerd Street Summer Champs. Alright, we want your cast for the evening grabs most rapture me at the internet. You're here to get by my side by Mr. Mark, the tech apprentice.
The tech apprentice? That's a new one I haven't heard before.
Yeah, well, you were tech guru last week, and then you came over.
Ouch, okay. You doing me dirty like that? Cool.
How you feeling, man?
I'm doing good. I think that today is going to be a pretty awesome day. Obviously, you know the summer champs. You kind of know what's going on. We're doing our online qualifiers, upon which, you know what, if you win this tournament, you get a lot of Nerd Street Summer Champs points, which means that you're going to be headed, if you get enough points, to the Philadelphia LAN at the end of the summer. So, these online tournaments have been going on for quite a few weeks. We're still in the midst of all of them. And Ravish is taking a look at some of the bracket and some of the teams that we have in here. A lot of very familiar names. Names like Dark Zero. You know, we got Lenny Time coming back in here. A Crew. Oxygen Academy. Also, too, fun fact about Oxygen Academy. According to some, like, rankings, they're better than some of the VCT teams. But anyways, that's besides the point. Still.
Yeah,
a
Sentinels.
bunch of good
Yeah, that's what they're better than right now.
I mean, okay. Don't gotta put them on blast like that, but no, you're definitely correct. And of course, we got the Knights, as well as the Knights Academy, and also C9 Academy and TSM Academy. So a lot of Academy teams coming in here, but I think this is just gonna make for, honestly, really good competition in this tournament, Ravish.
Indeed, you're 100% correct here, Mark. It is once again round of 16, right? So we'll be going through these first by threes, and then moving up forward to the quarterfinals, the end of our day. And tomorrow, we'll finish out the entire bracket with the semis and finals as well at the exact same time. But let's move into our first match of the day, which will be Virtuoso versus TLC.
Oh, and this is going to be such a good match. I have to say, I'm a little bit sad that it's happening so early on in the bracket, because I think that this is going to be extremely tight between these two teams. Of course, if you are familiar with the scene, you know Virtuoso, you know TLC. Both of these teams have gone on to earn recognition in their own rights, and a lot of really good players on both of these rosters. Obviously, we've got Sean on TLC. That's also, we got King on Virtuoso. So this is going to be a really good one, Ravish.
It is, yeah. We also have some more fun players as well at both these rosters, like Boy and Menace, to go up against one another. Now, I've had the pleasure of seeing Virtuoso live. In fact, when they were at the Toronto Valorant LAN, so they were quite good. And we'll see just how good they are as they face up against their opponents Unbind, Fracture, and Ascent. So finally, one new thing thrown into the mix.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to these types of tournaments, we see a lot of Ascent, we see a lot of Haven, and we see a lot of Split. But I'm happy that we're going to be seeing quite a bit of difference kind of coming in here, specifically Fracture. This is a map that a lot of teams like to ban, but you know what? TLC, they're pretty confident on Fracture. But first, we have to start things out on to Bind, which Virtuoso pretty darn good at. They've got that 61% win rate, according to VLR. But of course, TLC are no strangers to it either. They're coming in with a 69% win rate. So I'm excited to see how they're going to be going up against each other. And you know, with the modern iteration of how, like, where Valorant is at right now, I think that there's a lot of room to try and innovate a little bit more, try some new strategies out. One thing's for sure, can't wait to see some races fly across the map.
100,000%. I consider we are going to be on Bind, and I think that possibilities also there are Fracture as well, depending on how comfortable you are on the actual overall race pick. But hey, we can get into that a little bit later on. Now, considering on Bind, it's a map that we see far too often, in my opinion. I don't know why you got rid of Split. I think you should have got rid of Bind, in my opinion. But hey, that's personally just for me. On the other end, though, it's pretty simple, easing it out. We should be seeing pretty standard compositions, you know, Brimstone, Vipers, Go Astras, Raze definitely on both ends, and then, you know, more than likely a Chamber, because that's just the best Sentinel of the game right now.
Yeah, the Duelist Sentinel, some have called him. I'm pretty sure you actually have just said straight up that he is a duelist, and honestly, with how some teams like to play Chamber, it makes total sense. Obviously, the thing about Bind, which makes it kind of that funky fresh map, is that there's teleporters that go from one side to the other. And this leaves quite a bit of options for how these teams want to explore, especially on the attacking end, because it's pretty easy to just take that B long side, and then that's going to give you a lot of space, and if things are going south in Hookah, then it's a very fast rotate over. Likewise, if you're going going on to A site and you're the defenders, you have a pretty easy access to just get yourself close to Hookah just thanks to those teleporters. So it's always kind of fun to watch Bind, in my opinion, because it feels like an old cartoon where eventually at some point during this map, the teams are going to be running through a bunch of open doors and then ending up completely on the other side of the map, and then they just have to adjust on the fly to that. So it makes for a lot of fun gameplay.
Exactly, and I think fun gameplay is the exact right way to encompass it. Considering with the gameplay that we have coming in front of us as well, I assume that both these teams want to put on a show, which they have done consistently. Both TLC and Virtuoso made the rounds around tier 2. They've gone up against, a bunch of different tier 1 teams, although not been able to surmount them as of yet. But I'm sure they can most easily look to defeat one another. That for today at least, to try to move on for the bracket. Remember, whoever managed to win today will be seeing moving forward next month towards the finals lands. That is the 401 on the block going on in Philly.
Yeah, and honestly, it's pretty exciting because as we're going throughout this Summer Champs season, we're getting closer and closer and closer to that Philadelphia land, which is going to be happening just over a month from now. And so, you know what? This is like where we see all these teams start to be like, okay, if we want to qualify, we got to start busting out our best strats. We got to come in here and we got to play with the mindset to win. And that's why we've seen so many familiar names just kind of going through the circuit time and time again. You consistently see like Lenny Time there going through this so often, as well as Oxygen Academy, both two teams that are also in this bracket right now and could really make a run at it. But we're going to be loading in now. The players are ready. We're going to be heading to Bind first, and Ravish, if I don't see a raise, I'm going to be extremely disappointed with how this is going, and it looks like I'm not going to be disappointed at all today.
Yeah, well, look at that. There you go. Pretty easy stuff. But one thing I'm surprised I'm not seeing from either side so far is Chamber. No one looking to pick him up. Instead, they'll stick around with the Viper on both sides as their personal sentinel, interestingly enough. And we'll even see a Sova as well for King. Not necessarily too out of the blue. King is known for his Sova. Now, all that matters is what Ren's going to pick up. They do have the choice of trying to get into the sentinel or... Yeah, there we go. And they're fine. They're all locked in.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned on how Virtuoso are going to be able to play this one. Their composition right now just tells to me that they want to take very offensive plays. They are starting us out on their attack, so this should be the half where they will be able to play off of. And you mentioned something, Viper being the quote-unquote sentinel, which kind of like Chamber. Viper kind of fills that role as well, but I don't think that it necessarily is as good, because one of the big things that sentinels bring to the field is getting information as to where the other team is rotating around. And sure, Sniper might be able to do that with the Sky utility, but Ravish, I'm a little bit worried. We're going to see how that lack of, what do you call it? I guess like utility that just detects motion utility is going to play into this. And once again, Virtuoso starting us out on our attack, and they're already getting ready to push onto this A site.
Interestingly enough, though, especially with the double smoke setup that they have, Virtuoso site holes could be really strong if they manage to actually get onto there. But when you are up against, people like from when you are up against all the TLC with the, I want to say, options they have to slow you down, it's because that much tougher, unless you just have to decide to just rush in, which they're doing exactly right now. Stink Bite goes out. K3K. Right now, just watching the angle, not allowing a single soul to enter the site. Reds might get timed if he looks away at the exact wrong time, and so far gets a shot peppered into him. But Psych is planted.
Ooh, the spike goes down just in time, but as soon as that wall goes down, a couple of trades going through. It's going to be 4v4 onto this retake right now. TLC getting into position, and the spike is planted in a pretty non-usual spot, Ravish.
You're right. It's pretty much planted right over for spawn as well. And they're going to try to defuse as well. They almost got it to half, I believe. Might have just touched it, but still, it's delays across the board like we already did mention for Virtuoso. It's going to be all about the site hold. He gets one back, though. Here comes a 3v3 that's delaying at this point. And King now looking forward to just take some more aggressive duels as they cleared all of Virtuoso off the site. As right inside the smoke, they make it to defuse. Be fine.
Oh, okay. Should be fine. 0.7 seconds. That's a little bit too close for comfort for me, but I tend to be more of a risk-averse person. So, Once again, very interesting spot for that spike to kind of go down. We've seen Viper Walls consistently get placed up, mostly to split the site in half. But Virtuoso, they kind of just put that in the middle of the site and then just ran through showers in order to put it more or less in front of heaven. A little bit risky in my opinion, because especially too, if one of the defending players decided to hang out in heaven, that's going to be the biggest point of contact. Very unconventional, and I wonder if we're going to see that strategy again. That might have just been a pistol round, but TLC were able to win that one out as soon as the Viper Wall went down, and that's kind of the problem. That post-plant positioning just got completely smoked out, and it was a bit of a free-for-all. This time around, Virtuoso already making moves on to A.
But they'll be shut out once again by those close angles on the side of TLC. As they lose most of their members too, considering they're on the anti-eco right now, the most they can do is try to secure the plan, get that money back, do exactly that. But even still inside the smoke, it's still a bit too much to go up against all these specters. And with just Blast left with the shorty, he's hoping that somebody peeks him.
Yeah, he's ready to blast anybody away. They decide to go in there. The information is given. Renz knows. Sean, use the guiding light. Get a bit more information and just spray that one down. A flawless round from TLC. And quite frankly, that's what you want to see if you're TLC. Because that just means that Virtuoso are going to have to buy up this round. Obviously, they went pistols last round, and that's kind of what you expect. But Virtuoso are in a fantastic position. They're even investing up to get that full shields on a line. They do have all those specters. Ren's just going to continue to use that headhunter. Was really making it work on the last round. And yeah, this is going to be interesting from Virtuoso. They have to start to adapt their strategies a little bit more. And I'm a little bit worried because it looks like TLC are going to play more aggressive, play off of that specter advantage. I don't know if Virtuoso are going to expect this.
It's all right away, and they do pull up the rendezvous at least. So they managed to get Slobber to control, blast pack in, and nice flash place off of that as well. With it getting cleared out too, now it's up to Ranch to try to find the trade. Or to try to stop the plant by playing inside the smoke right now. You must know that he's up against a lot of opposition. We'll just have to wait for the rest of the team to try to move in. So with all this cover, it becomes that much tougher. As meta's falling, teams TLC now have some opportunity to move back into it, but with no U-Haul control, we'll have to wait for the rest of them to move in. Now, as the clock starts ticking, TLC to look to flash and clear out these corners, but they're still all behind. Near neutral, moving in as a two-pat, holding Pinky's blast out the corner, lines them up and knocks him down. Easy stuff. As move in front of him.
Wow. Yeah, that was really TLC just hoping that they could take control of that smaller close quarters area, because that way you can maximize the value that you get out of your specters. But nope, turns out it's just gonna be blast, lining them up, a little phantom in hand, get a couple of well, actually, literally just a couple headshots, and that's going to be it. So, great stuff from Virtuoso. You know, we're seeing a lot more of a typical play onto Bind, which is more or less where we expect things. Default plant position onto that A site, and the similar Viper wall. But this time around, Virtuoso have their eyes on B. Team Seal have all weapons that they need, as well as an operator. And this time, it's going to be the Viper Spit dropped on A, which kind of works out because Virtuoso aren't even on A. They only have their Viper over there. And now they're getting information onto Hookah. Let's see how this B side hit goes through.
Only spot one on the site, that being the Brim. So they should know that they're likely looking to be smoked out as well if they want to rush back in. And with only one person moving down long, you have to clear out the close corners. Let's scope out the side as there we go. They move with the Trailblazer play, the flash, and right up top, they don't actually manage to see him. Close corner's not cleared out. And becomes a 2-for-2 by the end of it. That's a trade they'll take as the site is now theirs.
Let's see how this re-engagement is going to happen. Elite on the deep flank. This might actually be pretty bad if Cade does not get taken out by Blast here. Okay, suddenly it's all up to Ely on the other side of the map. That's going to be TLC moving in and going to be able to get site control, but they're too scared by the potential of Ely being on site.
He does have two snake bites as well. And look, they can just spray that down pretty easily. They should not be able to surmise as to where he's holding.
No
and the
way.
Spray is good yet again. They're not even peeking him that he holds it. And the third he can't catch.
That's honestly so unfortunate. Ely able to come in there, you know, just sprays through. You really just hope for the best when you're at that point. You got a Vandal in hand. The spray isn't exactly the greatest, but you make that work. And unfortunately, the snake bites didn't quite make their target. But yeah, Ely was so deep on the flank, it just kind of fell apart because Teal Team's retakes are very crisp. They're very clean. They're very rehearsed. And unfortunately, because Ely was on all the way the other side of the map, did not come back in time in order to deny that. It was a good defensive Viper wall, allowing Teal Team to also play the retake extremely well. So now, a little bit of an interesting defense. 3 members of Teal Team pushed up on A, and Ely might get first contact, but gets taken out by Yoshi.
See, that is the fallacy of being crouched. You think you can spray, but you might serve. You have a Vandal. I understand your experience and your pain. I'll let it go. As the right corner. Unfortunately, punishes Virtuoso once again. Showstopper being put out, without even having a chance to perform. And some way, somehow, the spike still gets planted for Virtuoso. Teal Team playing so far back.
Yeah, and also too, Teal Team playing this one slow. Good call from Renz to back out of here, but that guiding light just gonna escape through the smoke there. 4v3, Yoshi getting space.
Yoshi now denied that space. And denied the weapon as well, but as only spot 1. The dart shot out as well. Blast playing off the side. You can look to delay. They get it to half. That's big. So now they can delay for that much longer as well, but they don't know about snipers still waiting inside the smoke. You know, gonna look to move in. As they pop out, all that util dump is there. Spike will go off, and Virtuoso will get their second.
Yeah, and that's a good round for Virtuoso. And this is also why you want King playing Sova. King's got the lineups down pat and ready to just release at a moment's notice. Great stuff coming out there. Good ultimate usage. Just play the delay game if you are Virtuoso. And finally, they are going to get that second round on the board. Teal Team are struggling a little bit. They lose quite a few members in their last couple of rounds. As a matter of fact, last round, they were only on a half buy as well. So this is going to be the make or break round for both of these teams. If Virtuoso loses this round, then Teal Team are going to have a clear weapons advantage. But same for Virtuoso. We are going to be seeing the tour de force come online for Teal Team. Renz going to play potentially aggressively through this Viper's wall. Risky gamble, but here you go, just spot someone out, but Menace gets the spray through the wall. You hate to see that. It's a green party on site.
There's no money there, unfortunately. The green is just the kill feed currently as to what Teal Team wants to make it. But considering the weaponry they have right now, it'll be just all locked angles as to what they can find. The spray is good for Menace, but only for one as he repositions. Playing off the back of both his teammates, run by Evel and U-Haul. It should be just easy stuff for them for now. There we go.
Yeah, and that, obviously, with Virtuoso having the gun advantage there, that's kind of what we expected. You know, oh, you're bringing the bigger guns, yeah, you're probably going to win. But the thing is that was such an aggressive post-plant positioning coming out of Virtuoso. They said, we're not going to wait for you to come onto the site. We're going to find you on the site, and we're going to take you out from very unconventional angles. And that's pretty much what just happened there. It didn't really give Teal Team an opportunity to even coordinate their attack and retake, just because they had members of Virtuoso running around in front of their faces. And that makes it extremely hard, especially when they have Phantoms, and the spray is going to be pretty darn good. So, a tactical timeout coming now from Teal Team. They need to start to figure out how they want to hold on this defense. Bind, traditionally a pretty good attacking map. Personally, I hate defending on Bind because I think it's so difficult. And honestly, right now, with how Virtuoso have been executing, I completely understand why Teal Team would want to take some time. See what they can do to maybe slow down some of that momentum, because it doesn't, as soon as Virtuoso are ready to strike, they're just on site immediately. And then it's just up to Teal Team to back off and have to play the retake. They would like to slow down Virtuoso's style of play without having to lose a couple of members. But the explosive style of Virtuoso is just steamrolling Teal Team right now. However, Teal Team, they do have 3 ultimates online. And these are pretty darn good ultimates, Ravish.
And one away from Yoshi's as well. So they could use that to their advantage. Possibly if they want to try to farm the orb by showers, which is where they're positioned. They could use that pretty easily to deny that as well as they move into through. And there we go. That managed to go their direction, at least with 4 ults online. Viper's hit, though, should be able to deny pretty handily. They still move 2 up long. And the bird does catch vision of it. Sorry, make that 3, sorry. As they're inching ever closer.
And honestly, I think the fake is going to be pretty good for Virtuoso. Especially leaving that Viper on A. But now, they committed to the rotate. They went through the TP. And now they're going to be taking space in showers. Good smoke coming through there as Dim Sum Boy is still on the point. And Renz is just holding A main. Let's see how Virtuoso want to try to move this. They still have quite a bit of their utility. They didn't use a lot on B side. Means they should have a very clean engagement to get that spike down.
We're looking at a possible 30-second execute as well. Looking to double back, but you'll see.
30 seconds
Didn't over rotate. Nobody's moved over either. Still holding strong same positions. Alright, 20 seconds left. They're gonna have to move in here. Trademark getting destroyed. Red should be aware of at least what's about to happen. As the orbital strike to slow them down. 13 seconds left. A Virtuoso seeming lost to commit to the plant. It might not happen. Showstopper goes out and it gets 1, but Spike still gets planted, and it becomes a massacre on site. This is the green they want to see, and it is just menace. Now for the cleanup, it ain't 1v5, but it's not enough.
Whew. I'm not gonna lie, I was sweating there for a second because King was so good on the flank. Was all the way still back in hookah while TLC was finally getting onto site, but just caught the timing there, able to take one of the members out from TLC, but unfortunately got picked out there. I was really worried that TLC were just going to get completely shut down by King just coming in on the flank, but still able to shut that one down. And TLC, they're right back into things. A great job just kind of holding that and being incredibly patient. You could tell Virtuoso were a little bit more confused, maybe wanted to go talk to a fortune teller or something to see what would be the better site to hit. Decided, I think in my opinion correctly, to go on to A just to avoid the Viper's pit. Obviously if they were able to make it through the Viper's pit, that would have been such an easy take, but not that time around. So half buys coming in, Yoshi gonna be holding it forwards.
The double up is looking to move through shower as well, but now they have to be wary. Watch the comment, Dim Sum Boy gets abandoned. Whatever they get, it's only a matter of time, but Artistry and the nade used already for the entry, alongside one blast back to clear the corner, and they managed to move in. Although they don't get the Viper yet, Sean is just fragging through the entire Viper smoke.
Not caring the world.
Maybe more though. It's just the one who started off. Melee will be left inside.
Wow. And to be completely honest with you, Sean saved that round for TLC in my opinion, because if Sean just didn't decide, you know what, let's do it, why not, and just walk into the Viper Spit and find a little 2k, first of all, denying the spike plant, oh man, I think that would have been plenty for Virtuoso to have worked with, be able to set up their post-plant positioning and not have to worry about things. So great stuff coming out from Sean, just deciding to do the hero play. Doesn't really work all the time, but that time it definitely came up. And now there's going to be Virtuoso on a save. They have a Bucky in hand. Menace looking to get aggro and immediately gets taken out by Sean.
Hot flash out and it doesn't work as he's up against 2, but they should be enough to slow them down at least then. Ila is right on. I was right on top of it. Yeah, locked in an unfortunate corner, so they managed to clear a hookah through that. They're still up against 3, but it's a 3v3, so odds are even. No, they're not.
Yeah, Ren's finding King is a massive frag. Virtuoso were on a save and definitely used that explosive potential to their advantage. Honestly, it looked like there was a little bit of a slide to the left, slide to the right situation happening with that orbital strike. Sniper didn't spot out Dim Sum Boy. Do at the back. Good smoke coming in, denying that entry. It's 2v3 on this attack.
The flash not catching anybody is crucial, but the final one, Dim Sum Boy allows his teammate to get tagged. And so that way he's able to peek out of Gen, have no idea that he's right in front of them, and then walk into him. That was a beautiful play by them.
Absolutely, and Yeah, Virtuoso, they're starting to fall behind a little bit. I personally expected them to be a little bit stronger on this attack. Once again, just because of the fact that their utility is very, let's go fast. And honestly, that's how they've been playing it. So I can't fault them on that front. But it just feels like Teal Team are a lot more disciplined in how they want to hold the defense. They're ready to set up the bunker. They've got the lawn chairs out. They're sipping their margaritas, waiting for Virtuoso to start to move in on them, and then just play that advantage. Okay, that's a lot of information already gained onto B, and Menace has the showstopper, already finding Sean is in the back of the site already.
So also spotted Cade, and they do so again. He's stuck outside in front of the TP. The spray has gone a little bit wide, but he opts to play his life, and a good call in that. To try to reconvene with the rest of his teammates, but you notice that at least with 4 of them still alive, this is a pretty solid opportunity for all Teal's team to come in for the retake. On through elbow. As we were trying to play first contact. Coming out through these doors, there's 3 people watching that angle though. And with Renz as well, looking to be mollied off. I think a decent call would be a save if they lose 2 here. Considering Op is still in the hand, the losing time, they have to move in right now. Cade is gone. Renz gets a trade, but Cypher just off the side, they're looking forward at every small tight angle. You have to go for the defuse as of right now, but it's still 2v3. Have more than util to delay. And Rand's looking forward. They catch King, but all they'll do is economic damage.
Yeah, and man, okay, Virtuoso, the stall masters. You can't get by them, especially with the utility. I think the thing was what they were doing was they weren't even allowing TLC any time to enter in onto the site, just based purely off of the utility usage. We saw the smokes coming down, we saw the mollies being dropped, and then suddenly it was like we were playing Don't Stop Talking Otherwise Everything Explodes. I can't remember the name of the game, but the whole point being that the time was ticking down really aggressively, and you can tell that TLC... there we go. And TLC were under the pressure, and because they were under pressure, they couldn't figure out how to do that clean engagement, and it all just started to fall apart from them. Only doing a little bit of economic damage, but a great stall tactic coming out from Virtuoso. Now TLC though, they do have 2 ultimates. They've got that orbital strike as well as the Seekers. That will be pretty good to stall things out. Flip the script onto Virtuoso, especially on this defense. But the Seekers could be good if they wanted to play a little bit more of a retake. I like both these Viper walls coming in. Not too much utility has been invested from either team thus far, as Virtuoso very slowly making their way towards A. The Seekers have been used, but I don't necessarily know if that's going to give a whole bunch of information, as Virtuoso still don't even look like they know where they're going.
No. And not coming to stall they had before the orbital strike. Alright, they use that to clear out the positions right by spawn. So Renz has an angle to peek down towards them as he gets split apart yet again. Just wait for birds to go out, to get the flash. No info on this though, but shadow control is established. The hit goes out, the util there. Now gun duel begins with the 2 raises. Oh. And the crouch does Yoshi in. Unfortunate there, but Spike going down, slowly comes a 4v4. Then some boy gets a trade. And slowly clear out Virtuoso. King still playing offside, has the lineups alongside his compatriot of the Viper. But both in hand, they can delay for 5 years as they get it to half.
Yeah, look at that though. It's just all lineups, a couple of shock darts, a poison orb. It's so painful. And you can see TLC are just sending one person after another to try and get that spike done, but it's just not gonna happen. Oh, that has to feel so bad. You're just like, all right, we're all standing outside the Viper smoke. We'll wait out this utility. Oh, first person died? All right, boys, who's next? Okay, you go into the smoke now. Oh, shock dart? Okay, we've got 2 more members. Okay, rock, paper, scissors. Okay, you go in now. And then the last person standing just gets sprayed down. And this is the thing about Virtuoso that is so tough to overcome. And they're just stalling. They're so good at stalling things out. And that's what Teal Team have to be a little bit more aware of. They have to be pushing them on that post plant. They have to make sure that they are securing the frags before they even attempt to defuse it. Otherwise, Virtuoso can just stall them out for days, and as soon as that spike is down, the round is over.
And that's exactly what you don't want. Oh, jiggle peek gets punished for that. That's annoying, but oh! But he's still out of the open. Didn't Rendezvous try to go for a double? We'll get taken for a single. A match with this judge play should be fun. Oh, but right as the ended, then some boy gets tagged. And now they know exactly what they're holding, but exactly like you're saying, Yoshi playing off center gets huge for free. Now comes the showstopper. Looking at all two angles. Should we look at probably shoot this down into U-Haul as well? Only one member left. What do you even necessarily even need to? Menace has the judge. Has to clear it out with the nade, but like you're saying, it's a stall tactic at this point. That's not enough to do so. Gets one. That'll be it.
Yeah, like, once again, I'm taking a look at the utility that Virtuoso are bringing onto the table. 4 out of 5 of the agents that they have are stall agents. They got the Raze, they got the Brim, they got the Viper, they've got the Sova. That's why that was so difficult. But now, 7-5 in the half. Be seeing TLC take the offense now. So this is where we had a couple of questions about how Virtuoso wanted to play. They don't have that Sentinel character. Does that mean that things are going to be a little bit more difficult for them to be able to stall things out? Given the fact that they do have the mollies, they are able to at least slow the pace down, but we're going to see whether or not that Sentinel is really going to make a difference here. We're going to be doing this pistol round. TLC doing a good job to take the scoreboard 7-5 and are now looking to push this even further and win out map number 1 against Virtuoso. Here we go. It's a very aggressive defense coming in from Virtuoso as they just stormed the front, and it's a trade already.
Just one, though, but they come to the TPs. They all get spotted. They become 2v3. Now it's up to Ellie. Who's through the smoke, and that's one found. TLC get their part.
And to be fair, maybe this is just Virtuoso trying a couple of interesting strats, as we saw on their very first pistol round. But now TLC have won both pistol rounds in both halves. A very aggressive push out for Virtuoso, and well, the brawl happened in the spawn of the attackers, so that kind of tells you how that went. But now it's going to be Spectres in the hands of TLC, and Virtuoso are getting ready to stack. They're getting ready to rush. Ravish, are you ready?
No.
It's going to be a massacre.
Well, let's find out. As well as pop in the fake TP, that's one taken away, 2 lined up. These are almost all their shots. A massacre for a whole Marky Mark. So far, looks to be just Virtuoso. They're getting gunned down. I cursed that. But hey, it's fine. Yoshi. Playing flank watch. And with them finding King, that should be enough. There's nobody who wants to save. Let's see, keep on racking them up.
Yeah. You know, K3K flanking the flankers who originally went on the flank. How many times did I say flank in that sentence? I'm not too sure. But 3, okay, there we go. That's a lot of flanks going on. But yeah, Virtuoso, they just kind of charged out front, but also sent 2 people through the TP immediately to try and set up a flank. And Cade has been playing the flank for TLC, so was able to get the flank on the flankers. And yeah, it just all kind of fell apart, but now, TLC, they lost a couple of their members there. We're going to be seeing Renz buy up the hero rifle. But I imagine Virtuoso are going to play this a little bit more textbook, play things a little bit more slow, make sure they can utilize their gun advantage, which means that they want to play things from farther back. They don't want to be getting nice, close, and up personal. I said all those words wrong, but you know what I mean, is TLC have those Spectres and are ready to play things a little bit more close quarters and get that advantage there. So we're seeing good discipline from TLC. Understanding that Virtuoso have been aggressive on both of these attacks. Now Sean using the Trailblazer to scout some stuff out before they make a commitment onto either site.
Everybody's afraid of committing until you see what you want.
And then it's clear.
And then it's clear. Right. I think TLC definitely got some of their sites that you want to lock down for at least 40 seconds, if not for 4 years. And with Blast being taken out, that'll be a nice start to the round at least. They're still playing a little bit more split. But considering they do have this guy on the other side, they'll have to drive peek into this, and they work south. Separate being cleared, but King still inside of the smoke. They're not spawning. Hey, he wants to just delay plant for as long as possible, but not being even being able to do that. There we go. Still 5v3. Put out. Yeah, she's there. Move in. That's one taken away. They even use the orbital strike to clear out elbow. And with all that commitment, it's Menace left in a 1v4 once again. They have the lineups as well, Marks.
Oh, came from behind. A great round coming out from TLC. Got an advantage? What's that? Turns out commitment is the ultimate winner of Valorant. Who would have thought? Definitely not me. But yeah,
same.
TLC. Maybe that's why everybody finds their significant other on Valorant these days, or at least according to my Twitter. So,
True.
TLC, they just kind of stuck with their guns there. I think that it was a really good sell on the fake coming in from the sky. And even then, they were able to get Sniper to start to get, or sorry, not Sniper. They were able to get Sean ready for a flank just in case. But great stuff coming out of them. Virtuoso back onto a save. King getting really aggressive with it, but not expecting Dim Sum Boy on the back. And this time it's going to be a rush in from C Long. They've got the weapons advantage. Now they're flexing a little bit with it.
That triple peek is something that they don't necessarily warn you about. I'll be up against the flash, a beautiful shot from Blast. But, hey, by the end of it, how did Ellie die to the Molly? I do not know, but we'll move past right away as Virtuoso are on an anti-eco. Double digits, 5 rounds down. And moving for TLC, the 2 away from match point from taking Bind. Remember, this Virtuoso map pick as well. Now, Fracture things only get softer. Menace pops up, double blast tag, and almost got the shot off. Blast. Now, up against 2, this is actually very doable. He is 1 away from the orbital strike, but there were 2 lined up. A close call, but by the end of it, you'll see yet again make it 11.
And what's crazy to me is that there should have been no way that Virtuoso even had a shot on that round. I mean, you saw the weaponry that they were bringing in there, and how fast TLC were able to just run it through. They got some early picks and were just stacking up the defense, and yet somehow Virtuoso were able to more or less get it close to being a winnable scenario, honestly. And so that's really good momentum for this next round, but they don't have a lot of rounds to work with anymore. Ren's now going to be using the Tour de Force, an orbital strike online for Virtuoso as well. But they got to be worried about these opening picks because honestly, TLC have been doing a really good job at opening things up.
Secret as well online. Dart not catch anybody over Blast on. Catching a free pick on Blast is rough as well. That means that they can now not even afford. They'll play close contact, but instead they'll play right in front of one another. TLC, some way that somehow they just get removed trying to enter the site, and now it's on Renz. He's up against 3, but you get tagged by the drone. And with that happening, the spike is still over by Hookah. So the situation becomes one worse for wear. There's not much more to do. If this was up against 2, this would be doable. Pay attention to this. He's trying to bait out. They're not budging though.
Speaking of 2,
they get LA.
Oh, that's such a tough angle.
There's no shot he actually moves through this. He can just move to A. This isn't too hard.
That's true.
They don't know. Yeah, he's gone. He's out of there.
Ren says, "See you never, nerds." Hops over onto the safe side. He's going to be able to get the, what do you call it, the spike down there. I love these angles, by the way. This is reminding me of, like, the first time I played Resident Evil. When you see all the cameras there. Yeah. But Hunter's Fury online. King already got a little bit of a tag onto Renz. So, it's not going to take too many bullets to take Renz down.
Just 2 body shots. But we know that everybody always aims for the head. Ren should find him. As soon as they move through spawn, here's the steps. That's close, but able to come through showers pretty easily. Was not aware of their presence. Like I said, they're out of the open. A tough angle to hold, especially when you're looking to play with an op as well. That's an NT.
Great NT, honestly. It goes from a definitely not winnable scenario to, oh, we'll see how this one goes. But yeah, good stuff coming out from Virtuoso. They really held their ground there. And honestly, I want to just credit Sniper as well as King for holding down that B site. Menace got the fast rotation around as well, able to flank Teal Seam, and then the rest just kind of fell into place. So they didn't even allow them to get onto site, and that's what you want to do if you are Virtuoso, because Teal Seam look really good on the post plant as well. First round in this half that they've won, and they have to keep this momentum rolling now. Only 5 rounds away from tying things up here, Ravish.
It's not the worst of situations either, but they know they gotta play close to the chest with so many of these rounds. Being able to at least get one should definitely put some confidence. Some of the buys at least as well should help as well. I wish shots are sprayed on both sides. Like a Virtuoso as well. So putting 3 on B, they should be aware that Teal Team do definitely favor this map, this site a lot more. They got a triple stack moving through hookah again, but there's 2 people watching it.
I have a feeling that this is going to be Teal Team trying to make their way onto A, but I'm really worried about that because I think that Menace thrives in some of those areas. We've seen Menace just play really close and really fast. And if Menace is there, I think there's going to be a good chance for contestation, especially if those paint shells could really just deny the plan alongside the snake bites being tossed onto the ground. Teal Team are ready for this though. Oh man, Menace is an inch away from death. 4 members just on the other side, and now the execute comes through.
Did not get caught, is able to move all the way into U-Haul, so spike should be planted as well and secured. Nothing to deny this unfortunate Menace has no util. And now we're waiting for Ellie, but there's the orbital strike on the backside. Oh. And they get 2 from there. Teal Team have to commit to this, but they get caught. And it's a matter of delaying. They walk right into Menace as well. They got 4 seconds. And all Virtuoso have to do is just spray. And they do it. They delay.
Enemy remaining.
And you know what? I understand why Teal Team want to hit that B site more often than the A site. Great holds coming in from Virtuoso. We're now going to be seeing Virtuoso as well take a time out to just, you know, really just drive home how that last round went. It was looking like all of the pieces were in place for Teal Team to potentially make that one happen. But yeah, a couple of heroics, great stalling coming out, and able to drop this spike. That's what really mattered. And so Teal Team are going to be less scratching their heads because now it seems like Virtuoso, they've adapted to how Teal Team want to play. They're holding much closer angles on that B site and able to stall them out whenever they enter in onto site. And we're seeing the exact same thing onto A. As soon as Virtuoso have not pushed out on their defense, they've been playing a lot better against Teal Team, and Teal Team need to figure out a strategy how they just don't push into the site and get taken out immediately. Because right now they're kind of scratching their heads on that one, Ravish.
I would be too. Because considering with the way they're able to take these sites, like we've said over and over again,
yeah,
the delay tactics are abundant.
Oh yeah.
And considering what they have already on the side of A, right, where they're just choosing to forego site the entire time, the Teal Team as right now gotta be looking to expand the horizon. And the biggest thing is that they have the rapid spit. They could use that to move in too long, or try to actually use that and A if they wanted to secure the plant by neutral. Still, they start off towards B once again, smokes down, and they manage to actually creep up to hookah.
This is really good, but I'm still a little bit worried. A great hold coming in from Virtuoso onto the site. All that utility just ready to go. Yoshi starts with the engagement, throws the pink shells in the back, and pops back too.
Unfortunately, not able to take out Blast will mean that Blast gets to get one more as well as they play through most of these corners. I can drop once again.
Spike down B.
And Teal Team, I think with what just happened, they gotta be looking at a timeout for themselves, if I'm being perfectly honest. Just reconvene and regroup to see how they want to try to possibly close out the round. But Virtuoso, this right here is nice. That snake bite does not catch Ellie.
It actually does, but Ellie's just like, you know what? Can't kill me. What doesn't kill you does in fact make you stronger.
30 seconds
what up,
left.
Kelly Clarkson? Now, it's 1v4 still. Kate has to commit to this, but it's just going to get taken out. And once again, Virtuoso Huge setup onto B. I love that positioning. They were just ready for anything that Teal Team could have tossed at them. Just with that crosshair, and especially to someone playing in the bunker as well, just couldn't pop out at a moment's notice to deny people running in from hookah. That 3-man cross was so well done. And Teal Team did not expect it at all, so even that B side now is not really looking that appealing to move into. This time we're going to be seeing Teal Team. They're going to be saving, as they're bringing in a lot of their sheriffs to the party. But Renz does have this operator. This operator, if it finds a couple of picks, could be huge. But Menace has one of his own. So I don't know how this is going to go, but I don't think it's going to be good for Teal Team.
Alright, should be able to see this and find some downtime between the sprays. Sees the arc of one. He could try to get it, shoots it away, and Rendezvous out. No,
Yeah,
it's not worth it because he could get double kill.
Now I'm curious to see how they're planning on attacking this A side. Smokes are going to be coming up. Deny it. And honestly, if you're Virtuoso, you just want to slow them down, make the clock tick down, and then just kind of overpower them with your guns. And that looks like it's going to be Teal Team trying to move on to B, but I don't think they're going to have a lot of success on this side either, Ravish.
No, sir. Because, yet again, it's the same sort of slow play we saw before in the previous half, Teal Team, and even a couple of rounds ago when they were able to rack these up. There's a lot about rushing in, plays close contact, and decided to just win gun duels. And right now, he's almost dead through just a spray, and he still holds. And now he's dead, and that's a double tremendous. Still, there's an anti-eco, right?
Oh boy.
All they're gonna do is economic damage. Sean, bro, off the pop flash, even takes his gun.
Spike planted.
Nice over 2R.
Enemy remaining.
Spike gets planted, but gets distracted.
Alright, so what I'm learning from this is Sean is just able to run through all the bullets, dodge all of them, and just be able to spray people down. Not afraid. Honestly, there's no fear in Sean's eyes. Definitely shouldn't have won that duel, but hey, you know what? That was just a save round coming in from Teal Team. So, all things considered, pretty good stuff. They were able to get the spike down. Honestly, get a couple of picks there. Unfortunately, weren't able to make the most out of that operator that was purchased. But their economy at least is going to be nice and reset. It's going to be all nice and even. And now this time they're taking the tactical timeout. So this is good. You know, some teams like to take their timeout when they're going to be on their when they're on their save, when they're on their half. Personally, I think it's a better idea to do it when you've got full rifles in hand. Take a minute to breathe, figure out a nice, nice, clean strategy, and then execute it on the next round. And this, honestly, I do genuinely think that if Teal Team are able to snag one more up, they'll set themselves up for victory, because then it's a good momentum shift, and then they just need one. Right now, this comeback is starting to mount Virtuoso. 9-11. A lot of ultimates online for Teal Team, though. And I think that might be the key to success right now. You know, you get a lot of space, use that showstopper, and then set up the Viper Spit in order to get the spike down. And worst comes worst, if you want to mosh inside the Viper Spit, then you've also got an orbital strike to just clear house as well. So a lot of utility can be on the board for Teal Team. And I'm going to be honest, I think this is the round where you actually just put as much as you can. This is a must-win round. Otherwise, Virtuoso are going to be able to tie things up. And that's not what you want for momentum swings.
Viper Pit is also available on the side of Virtuoso as well. The fact they haven't used it was going to be surprising, but decide to wait until a lot is committed. Now he plays off the site, and right as the entity managed to get two, they weren't expecting them to move in, and right on the inside, that's three that come play, and they get taken out. They might be allergic to the poison that's inside of there. One more left to Sean. And we've seen Sean do good things, but not this time.
Wow, okay. Ely, you know, living up to the Viper's name, just kind of slipping undetected by Teal Team completely. And Rav, I told you that was going to be the round that Teal Team really needed to win, and they knew that too. They invested so heavily with their ultimates into that. They used 3 of them and got nothing. That is insanity, just off of Virtuoso's Viper Spit. I missed saying that, and I'm glad that you picked that up, because that just completely shut everything down, especially Ely playing outside of it. Not expecting that at all. Now TLC are on a save, as Virtuoso are 1 round away from tying this one up.
And the comeback has been quite nice for themselves as well. Those 5 rounds in a row they managed to get. And TLC right? Oh, did this team lost? On this save yet again, they've done great things before, and this is how you start things off. The 1 pick away is key, but the spike is still moving actually away from B. They're going to have to take out 1 more person as Menace. He smoked out though. That will mean that they should be able to get the plant unless Menace does things like that. Showstopper into the corner, that's 2 for him. And still up in hand, gives enough time for all his teammates to move over. And that orbital strike still gets dim sum boy. So no orbital strike in response. Either they can't delay the plant anymore. They're going to have to play close gun duels. And with the holding by U-Haul.
1 enemy remaining.
And as it becomes even tougher, Renz peeks out thinking he could have probably found 1, but there's still 2 there. That's spot where Yoshi is. There's so many people.
Wow. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, for a second there I thought TLC were going to be able to pull that one out, but Menace living up to the name, just being such a thorn in TLC's side. As soon as they have something working out for them, Menace walks up to them and slaps it right out of their hands, throws it onto the ground, maybe steps on it as well, using that showstopper, completely changing the pace of the game, and finding that opening pick with the operator. That just dismantled TLC. And honestly, that is a little bit of a tilter, if I'm being honest. I think TLC were in such a good position, and they just got dismantled, despite the fact that they were on an eco as well. But this is going to be all for all the marbles now for TLC. They need to be able to win this round, otherwise Virtuoso take the lead, and are also going to reset all of their economy. They're going to be forced onto a save. Virtuoso being aggressive on that A site. Not going to get rewarded with anything, but King has this operator, and is going to be playing it back as TLC get ready for a B side hit. Ravish.
A B-side hit by TLC? What? No.
Who would have seen that coming?
Right? Shock. It hasn't worked out, and B hasn't done so in a little bit either. Nor ultimates be of use, and with King watching with the op right now, which I don't think they're aware of. Watch the catch them. Wilson move back.
Spike down B.
They don't get Ely once again. Let's at least sponsor Yoshi will make things even. These sprays continue to delay them, and there's the Viper's pit we were looking for as they finally get a sight hold.
Not your best.
Good stuff from Renz. 3v4. This is a winnable scenario. Menace getting ready to make a move on site. Doesn't realize somebody is long, and that's a great pick from Renz again onto Menace as well. Only 1 person left. Sniper just fallen a little bit short there as TLC finally get it off of the Viper's pit. And now they're just 1 point away from winning it out. But Virtuoso aren't out of this yet. They still have their Hunter's Fury, still have the Seekers, and they're still going to have weapons in their hands, Rad.
The biggest against well too now, Renz as well has that to its force. And so they don't have many more as side holding ultimate. It's gonna have to be up to Renz again to find really solid opening picks. Especially taking out people like Menace as well.
Oh yeah.
Who have truly managed to shut down every option. We've seen TLC try to scrounge off themselves.
You want to play?
The same
Let's play.
defensive output they've had previously. Too much of a surprise, forcing Ellie back. And even through the wall as well, they notice the spray. But this could be nice. Taking out 1 of the smokers. Outside of Virtuoso, there's limited options, especially considering the Remy smokes are not going to come back.
They're now taking space on Garage. But I like that Virtuoso swapped up their defense. TLC know this, just based off of the Viper utility alone. And so they're playing it extra careful. Still though, the spike now going to be ferried over to this A side. He's the trailblazer. Sean just misses the corner. Would have been really cool if he got it. get the mid-air drift, but now the Seekers launch for Virtuoso, and they know that this is going to be an A-side hit.
And with all three as well going right towards Shower as well. You're gonna use that to make the 100. That's one tag, the second not there in hand. It will not be found, but they found the opportunity to push into them. They'll clear out the corner. It's right on one end. And just up to Renz again, but he's tagged. Mark, I think we're going to overtime. And our first map, our first game of the day for TLC and Virtuoso.
Oh no, Reds.
And gone. OT,
easy.
baby.
Yeah. Man, Virtuoso with the crossfires. They're so well done. They're always just watching the same angle, and you can tell that TLC team are not really expecting those agents to be where they are, because it's just such an easy spray down coming in from both of them. And maybe this is why we're seeing a lot more phantoms in the hands of Virtuoso, because they know that they can just spray them in, and TLC team are just going to be walking down. So, all right. Interesting stuff coming out of this. Very even across the board. I don't think one side is a little bit more favored on the attack versus the other. But now 12 to 12. See how this one plays out. Virtuoso going to be stepping up to the batting plate first. They're going to have quite a few rifles in their hands ready to engage. And honestly, I'm looking at Menace. Menace has been either do or die for Virtuoso. So good, so clean, but can fall down so quickly. And as soon as Menace is down, it gets that much harder for Virtuoso to do anything on this map.
You can have Menace both raises, managed to trade the util as well, but Arlindo Space is taking one corner check, and it's a 1-for-1. That's good for Virtuoso. As with that, they managed to move the way onto the site. It's going to be up to the rest of Teal Team to deny this, but remember, this is the attacking half. A defensive side where Teal Team absolutely dominated. Right now, Virtuoso definitely do not want to be taken down on Bind in itself. The corner. Okay, manages to check it, and right at the last second, they find them, and this should be it. It's just Sean.
Oh, Sean, I love you. You know, it was not looking too good. It was a good thought there. But yeah, just pops the guy like through the Viper's wall and just runs it down. That's the commitment that we expect out of Sean. So we're going to be getting a timeout now from Teal Team. They've let this slowly start to slip away from them and now are on map point. Virtuoso looking to close it out. They're on defense now. The key to victory for Teal Team on their attack has been being able to find those opening picks. As long as Teal Team get that opening pick, the rest of the round is honestly looking pretty darn good. But if they're not able to, and honestly, how Virtuoso have adapted to it with Virtuoso playing defense, I don't know that this is going to be a good round for Teal's team, especially towards the last half of that second half, the last quarter. Math is easy. You could tell that Virtuoso were feeling a lot more comfortable in how they wanted to play that defense, and that's why they were able to rack up so many rounds in a row. So Teal's team, the momentum is not going to be, they're not going to be feeling themselves as much, and that makes me a little bit concerned for them. Like you said, this is Virtuoso's map pick, so even if Teal's team do drop this one, still okay. However, if you're Teal Team and you can close out Virtuoso on their own map, that is going to be looking so good. Right now, single elimination bracket. Whichever team wins gets to advance. Whichever team loses, they're saying goodbye. Packing their bags, they're heading home. Headed straight to the nearest airport. Just kidding, because we're not in the land. But let's see how this plays out now. Teal Team on the attack, and they're looking at that B side. Virtuoso opting to leave the Sova and Viper on A, and everyone else on B.
Defensive half, which Teal Team have had a very tough time overcoming, I think, is Virtuoso. Because moments like these where they get stalled at every corner, decide that rotating may be the best option right now. Especially up against Menace, who's still playing over by B. They don't decide to commit for the rotate either yet. Those smokes and walls go up. It's gonna be up to King to play first contact for whoever gets it on site, except Ellie. Inside the smoke, using it to their advantage. Not gonna get spotted. A big dart from King though. Will should still be enough to give away their positions, and now with this managed to rotate over, good pick up by Yoshi. And finally, Teal Team have a plant on A.
That's so painful. 4v3. Virtuoso looking in. They're looking like they're ready to take this one home. And just like that, Menace finds Sean. Able to find the defuse there. Virtuoso, even though it was slowly slipping away from them, are able to beat out TLC on map number 1, which once again, Ravish, was their map pick.
The fact that it was just so close to, you saw right from the beginning as well, Virtuoso decided that, you know what, maybe we might let it slip away from us too, but on this defensive half is where they came out to shine, and they truly did. Considering they were about 6 rounds down almost, at a certain point, they won none of the pistols. That on its own made it that much tougher. But TLC maybe getting a bit overzealous. And Virtuoso dominating on bind by the end. Those calls across the board, but still, an overtime on our first map. How about that?
It's setting the stage. Once again, I told you, Rav, I thought that this was going to be a very close match, and that map number 1 really just solidified that for me. But yeah, Virtuoso towards the end there on their defense, they were sitting nice and comfortable. And actually, you at home, you can sit nice and comfortable as well if you experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and a local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers to go get your Mavix chair today. And just like that, we have map number 1 out. TLC falling just a little bit short to Virtuoso, but of course we have map number 2 just around the corner. We're gonna be headed to Fracture, which is TLC's map pick. I'm gonna switch it up a little bit, see some new maps, see some new strategies. I'm excited for it, and you're probably excited for it too. But first, we have a short break before we come back onto Fracture.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back, mi amigos and mi amigas, for some more nursery action. I'm just enjoying my marks, and we just came back from a really fun time. OT, map 1, you'll see, Virtuoso. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're familiar with kind of the tier 2, tier 3 scene of Valorant, then you've heard of these two teams before, and you know that this is going to be an exciting match. And I think map number 1 just demonstrated that. It was close all the way throughout. For a little bit there, TLC kind of took the lead. It's looking pretty darn good, but yeah, Virtuoso just climbed that ladder right back up. Of course, it was their own map pick on to bind, and yeah, they eventually won it out 14-12 in overtime. But now we're going to get ourselves all locked and loaded to head to everybody's favorite map, Fracture, which is going to be TLC's map pick.
I actually just played Fracture earlier today. I am annoyed by them. Personally, I think it is interesting. It's still like a little bit attacker sided, personally. But hey, if you get shut out at the beginning as an attacker, you have to rotate for so long. It takes 5 years, and it's so easily read. That's the toughest part. Plus, that zipline, if you move along it silently, it takes up half of it. But otherwise, Fracture's fun because you can bring out picks like what Menace is hovering.
Oh boy. And I'm going to be honest with you, seeing Menace's playstyle on Bind, I would not be surprised for a second if that Neon gets locked in. We're also seeing Yoshi do the exact same thing. I think that Yoshi was an extremely good rifler at all different levels, but Menace is just a close quarters combat expert in my opinion, which is kind of funny because we're playing Valorant here. It's not like we're playing any brawlers or fighting games right now, but Menace just so good. And I'm excited to see these Neons come into here. We're going to be seeing mirror compositions. Had to double check myself about 3 times, maybe triple check myself. And this is very standard Fracture stuff coming into here. We're going to be seeing the Neon rushing on the site. The smokes are going to come down from Brim, and then the next thing you know, it's going to be the knife 0 point to shut everything down. Very clean takes coming in from both of these teams. I also really like the breach coming into here because I think that Aftershock, hugely underrated ability, is so good at being able to clear corners as well as zone people out from moving things in. I'm expecting we're going to be seeing that fault line combo come out onto that B side, as pretty much every single team is going to be more or less running. On the A side, A main specifically. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is TLC's map pick, so in an ideal world, they're a little bit more practiced on this than maybe Virtuoso are. But hey, Virtuoso, they're still in this, and they're looking to potentially send TLC home the 2-0.
Well, this is the map that Optic just won on recently up against Loud. And by the way, if you didn't know, Optic has won and then moved on to lowers up against Loud as well. So hooray to NA. But speaking of NA, Sniper gets to go home to his nearest airport as he gets taken out. But up against Tower, the battle continues. Yoshi with a nice peek. Until Seam on the attack, aggressive as ever. They have not dropped a single pistol and managed to get every single bonus so far in the series. And the trend seems to be continuing. So we'll see if Virtuoso can shut that down. But in a 2v5 with not much available, I highly doubt it. And that's why.
Okay. All right, TLC, we see you. Flawless execution coming in from TLC there. That's why you bring a Neon. She gonna zip, she gonna zap. And on top of that, too, get up into your face and probably shoot you. When, especially, too, Sniper just got completely caught off guard there. Had no method of escape. And on top of that, too, there was someone right behind. So just in case she did fall down, well, they had the alley-oop. Now, TLC, that was such a smooth first round. They're going to be boogieing their way into this next round with a couple of Spectres and a lot of confidence. I don't necessarily know that Virtuoso are going to be able to adapt to this explosive pace that TLC are bringing into there, but already a flash is going to deter them and slow things down as Yoshi throws up the relay. He's going to go in and Sniper takes him out with a shorty. You kidding?
He rushes there with... Oh, he could have taken him out with a pistol. But hey, you know what? He got his. So he's doing his work, and we're back to Ellie. And... one more left beside it. Ellie King, dynamic duel. Who knows?
Player standing.
Ellie, last one. Dynamic single. Let's see it. Are they gonna take out by Sean again? The first one taken out. We made out with the last 11 health. Yep.
There it is. Clean round coming out from Team Seal once again. Man, that sometimes switches around in my brain, and I have to be careful about how I say that.
It is Teal Team. Yeah, you're fine.
Teal Team. Yes, that's what I said. Not Team Seal. Oh no, see, that's what I mean. I literally did it backwards when trying to correct myself there. Yeah, but you know what? I'm a little bit surprised that we are seeing Sean on the Chamber, because we saw Sean play the Sky last time around, and Sean was a player who would honestly just like to get up close and personal with you, which usually Chamber doesn't really do that. Still though, they're playing this Chamber role pretty darn well. Yoshi got a lot of space already, but that 0 point was a good job to slow them down. If Neon can't run, she loses all of that speed. Fast lane has been put up to allow safe access onto Heaven, but Sniper's gonna be ready for it this time. Has some support just in case.
Moves in, there were 2 taken out right away. Virtuoso looking to hold strong, finally with some weapons in hand. The same sort of trend we've seen so far. The flash goes out. It'll become 2 for 1 by the end, outright right over by Tower. Renz and K somehow winning that 2v2 through the laying around to the flash as the caught in the middle of the reload. Menace is now also gone. It's up to King once again. He is aware of the position and should know with the knife going that trajectory. He's waiting for the plant. There we go. Opportunity to now move in 2 bullets left in the headhunter as he waits for Cade and Renz to relocate through tower. Should have the angle as soon as they do so, and that is 1 being taken away. Rendezvous now placed. Now them up against Cade. The jump peak, but gun is not out. Renz was patient.
Oh, and the timing on that smoke. It was like King was like, okay, I can peek out and then hide back in the smoke and reconfig myself in order to use the smoke to just play around that. And then the smoke went poof, and then King was like, oh, I go poof now, and just got shot down there. But still, it was looking a lot closer than it should have. But that's a huge round for TLC. They were able to win that one, and that means that Virtuoso are going to be back onto pistols. It's a pretty expensive one. Did a really good job of using those Spectres. Took that tower control, as we've seen them do multiple times. But now this time, it's going to be a fast hit onto this A site. No fault line to slow this push down at all. And already Ely is smoked out.
And that's really matter though, as they do use the fast lanes and already now move in. Past that, no real contention onto the site at all, as they all look to come for the retake further side of Virtuoso. Not much going on there as Spike gets planted and Warren taken out. That's Ely. It's the anti-eco to the trades, to be trades galore. He finds Menace. No, slide tackle not going to work. That's up against regulations, and the gun diff is perhaps far too strong. Up against him. Down 4-0 the start. He'll see more fracture looking unstoppable.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, there's a reason why they picked this map, and we're seeing it right here. It's looking so good for TLC, and Virtuoso are having a hard time even putting their foot in the door before TLC have more or less closed it on each round. So, we're going to be seeing a very interesting buy coming out here. Actually, King going to be opting to use the Tour de Force. Will have a Stinger in hand as well, just for some close quarters combat, just in case, especially too with how Yoshi's been playing it, getting so much room on this map. But we are seeing Virtuoso try to adapt a little more. They're changing up their positioning and are going to be playing a little bit more aggressive this time around. But Menace is caught out, able to go for the swing, and gets taken out by Yoshi.
Yeah, unfortunate position. Now Ellie has to get to it to make this worth, and not so. It comes trades galore, but remember, trades only favor the attackers.
Oh!
This continues to favor TLC, like looking to rack it up to 5. Last now, no real utils to lock them some boy in the corner. Wants to see the gun duel. Molly's there and available. It's going to use the catapult to move himself through. Sees the gun. It doesn't turn back in time. The null command secures and locks down the site. King, and even the commitment of a Tour de Force will not be viable, so no one's touring nothing.
Yeah, all the Force just kind of got locked away with that null command online. They're like, oh, you got big menacing rifle? How about no? And just like that, had to get put away. Only had that Stinger in hand, and honestly got sprayed through the smoke. That's a certified feels bad, man. But Virtuoso are falling behind. TLC 5 rounds in a row. They're going to be back onto a save yet again. King is going to buy up the hero rifle. But still, honestly, Teal Team, they feel so unstoppable. As soon as they just march their way onto site, it's just so explosive, and they catch Virtuoso off guard. Look at this Virtuoso this time around. Decided to go for the pincer mechanic onto one side of spawn, but unfortunately, they gambled, and this time they lost, and no one to be found. And now they're going to be just completely making their way back. The Congo line from Teal Team is going to be headed towards A side. Only King is there with the hero rifle. This could be tough.
Making my way through the site, no one's there, and I'm all alone. Oh, people are shooting at me. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da. And they get shot at. Gets there, gets 5. And that's 2. The question is, will the slide tackle works out? Manus gives him a high 5. But that might just be enough to at least make him feel better about what's going on. Last is dead though. This is King left. He has a gun. He could save this.
No.
Or not.
Isn't even gonna be provided with the opportunity, and I don't know what to do with your Virtuoso right now. It feels so dominant coming out from this Teal Team attack. They're just so good at taking the site, and then on top of that too, their post plants are immaculate. I mean, we saw just how far out they're willing to stretch themselves in order to catch Virtuoso off guard. Even on the site retake, they haven't given Virtuoso a chance to use their utility to make their way in, because by the time they use their utility, they just pop out and go, oh hey, you're dead. And it's pretty hard to use the utility when you're in the afterlife. So Virtuoso, though, do have a lot of ultimates. I imagine they're not going to be able to use quite a few of them. Unless they play things safe. We're going to be seeing the Tour de Force online. Teal Team. They do have that null command, which could slow things down a little bit more, as well as the orbital strike. We've seen the Rolling Thunder been used to perfection on the attack. Could be used to deny spike plant. But at this point, I don't imagine we'd see that overdrive come on from Menace, because Menace is already so low. And overdrive, a little bit of a risky ultimate. It's not as fast as a Vandal headshot, so a little bit risky.
Yeah, just a bit. You have to, more often than not, you're lucky if you get 2 from overdrive, usually. But hopefully Menace even lives though right now is the question. Doesn't seem like the option is viable currently. This will continue to be forced away. Sniper though, it may not be looking like shit. Oh!
What?
He actually wins that somehow. He's super low. You could breathe on him. But nobody's even getting close now. Being near him. And his defensive side for Virtuoso is just a travesty currently. Hey, Menace gets 1. That continues to be the overall trend. It really just probably gets 1. Menace has the op though. Hey, he's 1 in the corner. If it gets 4, he should probably just save this.
Yeah, this should be just a save. King's got to back off. No shot. Oh, wow, the overdrive comes on for Yoshi. A little bit of a BM overdrive if you ask me. But King is going to do his best to try and hold him back here. Keep that operator in hand. The flash comes through. Able to teleport away, but Dim Sum Boy is already there, shutting that one down. Like that Teal Team. 7 rounds in a row. Oh boy, this just keeps going from a bad situation to a worse one if you are Virtuoso. But once again, they still have all of their ultimates, except for King. And King is honestly getting extremely close. There's still 5 more rounds in this half. You're gonna be forced onto a save yet again. It's like we just keep on going through the motions here, Rav. Teal Team are so fast on the site and know where exactly they want to use their utility, consistently catching members of Virtuoso off guard. Virtuoso are going to go for their gamble yet again. This time around, they're going to pinch them, and out comes the flash and see if they can get anything. Menace is already down.
And Menace being down means that it's just that much tougher pulling off the flashes. They will eventually wear out. Even with these ultimates even committed, though, the gun duels yet again going in Teal Team's favor. And this is this gets rougher as you go along. Where was this Teal Team on bind? Where?
I think the other question is going to be, where was this Virtuoso on bind? Because yeah, they're not looking good at all, and it's going to be an easy plant coming down. A couple of ultimates committed there from Virtuoso, and only able to find one person. Not great for that defense.
I'm gonna call it right now, straight up. We're going to map 3. I'm saying right now, we're going to map 3. There's
no.
absolutely no shot.
What type of energy did you just put out into the world?
It is 8-0.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But hey, there's still 4 more rounds in this half. If something clicks in Virtuoso's head, they might be able to find something here. I honestly think that they just need to be stacking themselves a little bit better. We saw amazing crossfires being set up on Bind, and I would like to see Virtuoso doing that a little bit more. What's kind of happening is that they're just relying on utility to slow Teal Seam down, but Teal Seam are like, nah, we're just gonna run past that, and then just fly right over it. You can't do that. You have to have somebody there who's going to be able to deny that just one pick at the start of the round, which is exactly what we saw there. So Blast now has this operator, but still, it's not looking good. Blast should back off this site and not try and take these duels.
Off your feet!
All right, so that's you can't.
Teleport's ready.
It is unfortunate that they did miss that. The slide is nice. Sully's get in the corner. That's all Menace does is just find small bits of solace. Woo! Okay, that was a point blank shot to the body by TLC. I don't think actually I've seen happen a long time. And now it's 4 and 2. You'll see him looking to rack up 9. And unless we get 3 in a row, I don't know.
You know, I think TLC do know, Rav. They're so clean. And you can tell on their post plant just how confident they are. They're running into Virtuoso. We saw this earlier when the scoreline was a little bit closer, but TLC should not be getting away with this, where they just run into Virtuoso getting set up for the retake, and Virtuoso are not anticipating it, and then it's a quick little 2k or 3k. Like, that cannot be happening if you are Virtuoso, yet TLC are making it work every single time. They're just 5-sending it consistently, not even setting up flanks, honestly, and making it work. The fast lane already up for Yoshi, and the Sniper's going to be holding this point by himself, but it's so much utility coming in here. Blast, though, comes up huge with 2.
That's what we want to see. This is it right here for a Blast. A Sniper getting 2. Virtuoso getting their first round. Just Sean, let's get it.
Oh, okay. Well, there's 1 more round in this half. Or sorry, 2 more rounds in this half, but that's the first that Virtuoso get on the defense. And I personally think that was more or less just TLC being a little bit too antsy, feel a little bit too, feel in the sauce a little bit. They're getting lost in the sauce. And understandably, they're going to be taking a timeout. You know, we got to cool up the jet engines a little bit before we fly ourselves into space by accident. And then that's going to be a sci-fi movie right there. So, good tactical timeout. They're going to just take some time, cool off a little bit, and just secure these last 2 rounds. If TLC hit double digits in this first half, I think that is the point where we can safely assume that we will be going to map number 3. I'm not going to call it yet. I know you already did, but I think that as soon as that double-digit scoreline happens in the first half, it's very clear that one of these teams is going to be able to win. And Virtuoso have just been struggling really hard thus far, Rav.
Man. Okay. Also, what I like is that it's the first round they lost, and they're like, nope, timeout. That's it.
Not today.
We've gone too far, friends.
Yep.
It's supposed to be a perfect game for us. Deciding that, you know what? All they get is 1. You see. Alright. So, both guns, both sides. All command there as well for Virtuoso. Can be clutch as well, but he'll see him able to respond. Shun going down is big. That's op taken away. And in response as well, they'll use a null command. Runs locked out. He can't use his. Become a 1-for-1 trade. Sniper. Go for the second. And with the initial first contact taken away now, only Virtuoso going into this half. Into this take. with the man advantage. Dissipates, he's not looking. Ren's made way out of the sight. All sneaky deaky. A shot in, good from King. And damn some boy. He's got to be clutch with this shot out. Contest and Gonzo.
Turns out, one is not all they get. Virtuoso find their second. All they need is one more, and then that 9-3 half, it's gonna come. So Virtuoso. All right, they're starting to find their footing a little bit more, and the positioning from them these last couple of rounds, we're seeing a lot more of those crossfires set up. I do think that Sniper is honestly the one person who is refusing to allow Bane to break Virtuoso's back. There's been 12 kills thus far. The next person is Menace with 4. Sniper's just been in great positions and setting up crossfires to allow the rest of the team to be able to frag out. But that all depends. That Teal's team push into Menace. I mean, sorry, into Sniper. And where the defense is right now, I don't think that is going to be the case. Verbal Strike starting us out early. King getting stunned up, going to rendezvous away. That more or less is just going to open up the A side. And already Virtuoso are scrambling to get there in time. But there's a flank set up by the Chamber.
And speaking of the Chambert, does it take away early this time? Shot not being taken now. That's a big point of contention right now. Both TLC and Virtuoso. Those shots peppered still because it's 4v5, and now how does Lute come in? No real significant ultimates either. I've not spotted Yoshi, and now that they see him, it won't be enough. Sniper is insanely low. He's up against 3 who are all gunning and waiting on him to move into the sideline.
All right, there we go. We hit double digits first half. Okay, now I can confidently say that I do think that map number 3 is going to be coming out. I'm a very, you know, I like my math, I like my formulas. As soon as we get the right win conditions established, then I'm willing to just toss my head out there. But we're going to be seeing a swap come around. This is a huge mountain to climb if Virtuoso want to win this one. They have to win 11 rounds in this half, which is almost unbelievable. Hey, like I said, math, kind of my strong suit. Didn't know if you could tell. So, we're going to be seeing Virtuoso on the attack this time. Team Teal Seam, damn it, are going to be the ones who are defending. And let's see how they want to set themselves up. Already putting a lot of pressure onto A. I imagine they're going to be doing that very classic fault line, but this time around, it's going to be Virtuoso just running their way up Satellite. And the members of Teal Seam have heard this, backing up, giving them the space that they deserve.
So I'll just rush in. Fracture is the attacker-sided map. I want it to be noted, and I want to see it again. You'll see, I've yet to lose a pistol in this series. I'm good on the pistol as well. We're out. I'll walk in. They'll find King on the outside. Become a trade with a shorty. Right onto him. With the flank watch taken away. Teal Seam, as they're all spotted, it'll become a slaughter on top of the side as they look to take away all their angles. Where they're holding for the first time.
Okay.
Virtuoso got a pistol.
And that's going to be a good one. A very important one. Obviously, they don't have a lot of room to be able to play around with. You know, with it being 10-2 in the half. But still, now they're going to be able to buy some Spectres. Honestly, a pretty good attack coming in from Virtuoso. It was pretty standard stuff that we saw there. Teal Seam, they were a little bit more unconventional how they wanted to push it in. They were trying to play a little bit creatively, and I think that they kind of got punished for it. But also, too, it was the pistol round. So, you know, things can always go a little bit haywire there. A couple shots don't hit their mark, and it's all over Yoshi. So close with the shorty, but gets shut down by Menace.
That was close enough in itself. The fact that the second shot just barely didn't land. It costs a Virtuoso. John looks woo! Big dink. Take it away. But this is Transico. You'll see him know there's not a ton they could have done, besides maybe just a little bit of economic damage. Yeah, they're waiting for some sort of trigger to pop the way in, trying to formalize where they at. But look at VFT. They got this clear line. That's how to set up.
Yeah, and honestly, Virtuoso are perfectly happy with this. because they haven't lost any of their members. And if they want to be able to take this bonus, then they just have to stay alive and keep their weapons. Ely is the only one going in there, only has a frenzy in hand, so not the worst damage, economically speaking, as possible. But you got to make sure that TLC do die there in order to start to mount up that, what do you call it, the loser's economy. You start pulling more cash in every single subsequent round that you have been losing. So now they're going to be able to buy up all their rifles. Sean a little bit short, able to only get that half shield. While it's going to be Virtuoso, they are going to be going for a bonus, more or less. Ely, gonna have Vandal in hand. King, you're bringing in that operator. This could be the turning point. Ravish is the okay. At what point do we call the comeback alive?
I don't. You know what? I'm not saying nothing.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not saying nothing. I know the powers we hold. And things like that are what are bound to happen. At least they put the train angle with Dimsum Boy. They're gonna lose a ton off of this too, but look at where the setup as well. A potential fake too, but now just dueling around spawn. The fault line is good, but the Molly's even better to hold them back. Which is now though, where do they move in past? This is Sean. Gets spotted just barely. It's trades galore, but remember these trades. I was going to say kept favoring. ERT. That goes down. The King has to get 2 here.
Now let's see how TLC want to play this retake. Good smokes coming in. King can't see a thing.
Player standing.
Might get taken out. Oh, it's not looking good. Sniper, last person alive. And Sniper win this for the team again.
Yes, flash out, but yeah, he's stuck in a corner. They knew there was only 1 or 2 options, and they picked the right one. You'll see him falling on a gun round. Managed to take it back. After what? You know, after these two teamy rounds that get retro some hope.
It's the fact that Ely and King also bought up as well on that last one means that they aren't going to fully buy up this time, which this is going to be tough because if TLC win this, then they're on map point, forcing out map number 3, and they're going to have the firepower to do so. Yoshi going to be bringing in the judge. Decided, you know what, that shorty strat didn't quite work out simply because it was a shorty. The judge might have a little bit more firepower, but Menace gets stunned up immediately, and Aftershock being tossed in by Dimsum Boy. And Menace is going to be split up from the squad. And still, Team Seal can't do much about that at all. And now King, taking a bit of a duel, has to back off as Yoshi is going to go in aggressive with the judge and wins that one now.
Wow. Push right into him, no fear, concuss into a corner, and even managed to get the orb for free. But still, with them giving up the site, it's going to be all about the retakes as well that they have in front of themselves. Last shot, now look to move in. Try to clear it, Menace in a corner, 2, spray transfer, Sean. We're to clear him out yet again. But it's 3v2. By the end of all this, in the trade utils. Knife throw is good, but Ren's already playing contact right off the angle. And one given away. Flash is there and is up against one more. That's all he gotta do, and Elite takes the peak at the right time.
Oh man, down to the wire, but honestly not terrible for TLC. The fact that they were able to take out so many of their members means that Virtuoso... Wait, nope, I take it back. They're fine. Okay, never mind. TLC, this time around, they're going to be forced onto the save. We're going to be seeing Menace bring in the Stinger. I imagine this is just for now. Probably going to swap around to get a rifle. But there are a lot of ultimates online for Virtuoso. They're going to have that overdrive as well as the rolling thunder. Really good engagement tools. And then can just use the orbital strike to stall things out even longer. We'll be seeing ultimates online though for TLC. Tour de Force as well as overdrive as well. Yoshi looking to go in, but Sean finds Menace. Not a great start for Virtuoso. Oh, you're kidding me. Yoshi finds 2 with the overdrive. They're going to be sent to Electric Heaven.
Ow, sounds so painful.
Spike planted.
Sounds like a shocking experience that
Yeah,
we'll be
okay.
experiencing. One of the counteract is for them to pay their high reward. Good shot for Sniper. But in a 2v4 now, Yoshi with the op as well. Sniper has to come up big here, and he's made to look oh so small. You'll see match point fracture looking to send us to map 3.
Yeah, and You know what? That's what I like to see coming out from Neons. Popping the overdrive, like we talked about earlier, pretty risky maneuver. See how it plays out. And half the time, honestly, you see Neon get one, see Neon get two, and then just immediately get taken out by a Vandal. But the fact that that overdrive was able to find two so early on, as well as having Sean be able to find the frag onto Menace, shutting down that overdrive, oh, that round was all but over for Virtuoso. They spent those a couple, oh, actually, no, sorry. Virtuoso only used the overdrive and didn't get any value, while TLC used both the overdrive and the tour de force and got a lot out of it. Now, Virtuoso, they still have quite a few ultimates online. The null command for Sniper is going to be a fantastic engagement tool. And it looks like they're going to be trying to take things nice and speedy quick on to the B side, investing the Rolling Thunder super early on to just make sure they seize map control.
You know, right now, this do or die Colonel Blast only goes down to the spray of one patch of smoke. Like still not planted. In their hands, at least, and with Yoshi looking to anchor the site. All his teammates now move in. A close angle from Ellie works out. And it continues to be green across the board. There's the orbital strike and a response. Rolling Thunder of their own. Leaving just King by himself. Hops out through the smoke. He's up against 3. Look at that. You might be seeing map 3.
Yeah. Just maybe map number 3. Just kidding. We definitely will, because TLC, they're going to win that one now. And I don't think I'm sugarcoating this at all, but oh my goodness me, that was kind of a roll. Almost like a Rolling Thunder all on top of Virtuoso. They didn't even stand a chance, Ravish.
No, not one chance. A single one even that would be given to them was taken away right by anything that happened on Fracture. Every angle, every peek, every shot. No chance. But hey, maybe third map, they bring it back. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. We do have map number 3 just over the horizon, and it is going to be Ascent. But you know what? You might be a little bit inspired off of what we just saw on map number 2. And you know what? If you want to improve your game, boy, do I have the company for you. Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the whole gosh darn world. Book a live session right now and make sure to use promo code STREET15 for 15% off when you go over to Metafy. And, well, that's going to be map number 2. Once again, it was TLC picking out Fracture, and we definitely know why they did that. But we have map number 3. One of these teams is advancing, one of these teams are going home, and we're all going to find out on Ascent just after this short little break. We'll see you then.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Hi, welcome on back yet again. We're going over to map 3, something that we almost low-key expected to happen, but I'm not surprised that we did.
Yeah, honestly, me neither. Once again, we have TLC coming up against Virtuoso, two teams that have a lot of clout when it comes to the tier 2 scene in Valorant. And this one is close. It's extremely close. Obviously, map number 1, neck and neck, had to go to overtime. And then map number 2, well, we saw TLC just kind of honestly styling on Virtuoso towards the end there, shutting them out pretty dominantly 13-5. So we have our last map now. It is going to be Ascent. And Ravish, I'm curious to see how this one is going to turn out.
Yeah, because considering how close these teams have been so far, especially on a map like Bind, which was insanely back and forth, but you'll seem to manage to take a pretty decent lead in one of those. And now, with our final map coming on up, I imagine this will continue to stay competitive with how I can say evenly matched these teams so far.
Oh yeah, I think that this, especially on Ascent, I think that we're going to really see this one go the distance, just because Virtuoso, especially with King, locking in the Silva, I'm not saying that King is a one trick, but King is extremely good on Silva. Silva gets a lot of value on Ascent. We've seen Fade start to make her way into this map over the Silva pick, and alongside Fade, we do see some Raze play, but I genuinely think that Virtuoso are just going to stick to their guns, play that Silva, and I think that, honestly, this is going to be looking pretty good for them. And once again, one of these teams is going to be able to advance, but one of these teams is going to have to go home after this one map.
Well, you know what? I say we bring it back. I say I want what I want. I want Astra. I want Killjoy. I want Reyna.
Reyna, wow, that's a name I haven't heard in years.
That's the comp that I want to run with currently. We're gonna go ahead and run that OG Ascent comp. We're gonna run that toaster oven with the gravity wells down by trees and Killjoy mollies. This is what I want to see.
If only the patches also wanted you to see that. Unfortunately, with how the meta has been going, I mean, we probably will see some Killjoy come in on this map as well. I think that Killjoy is definitely still viable, gets a lot of space, but actually we might be seeing a little bit of Spooky Ghost Boy on this map. Good old Omen coming in here, tossing the paranoias as well as the smokes. You know what? I was genuinely curious whether or not you knew that I meant Omen before I said Omen L. Because you looked very confused. But yeah, like Omen has been coming onto this map a lot more often lately, and that's just because those smokes are really good to be able to just kind of put anywhere. But honestly, it's the paranoia. The paranoia can go through walls, and we've seen teams do such good plays with the paranoia, and so I expect we might see a little bit of Omen play as well. Not quite what your toaster oven comp necessarily looked like originally, but you know what, Ravish, the times have changed. We are in the current of 2022, and we're already more than halfway through this year.
Well, I don't like change. Back in my day, we used to execute at 25 seconds to get the spike down, and if we didn't do it, we lost the round. Good time.
I thought I was supposed to be the boomer on this cast, but
You are.
I could feel you waving your stick at me, even though you weren't physically doing one of them just quite yet.
I was wagging my finger.
There it is, there it is, there it is.
Just close it up. You know what? I don't have a stick. I'll tell you what I have. I have this Japanese fan.
Okay. Are you gonna wave that at? Oh, okay. Here we go. Yep. Now it's the angry one. But all right. He's keeping himself nice and cool. Like I said, it's summertime. We might not be headed to Breeze, but it's still pretty warm on Ascent, I would imagine. And you know what else Ascent is known for? Cardboard walls. A lot of spots for wall bangs to come through, and especially too if we do see an agent like Killjoy being brought in, you know, that lockdown has to be very strategically placed. Actually, that B site, I swear nowadays, no matter where you're hiding, you can just get sprayed down on the actual site just because of wall bangs. So we're probably going to be seeing some Odin play as well. Now we're going to be loading into the map. Let's see how this goes, and already Virtuoso are locking in a Cypher. Ravish, how do you feel about this one?
I haven't seen this since the days that Ninja played Valorant. Like, straight up.
Was that when Ninja was trying to go pro, by the way?
Yeah, that was when he was playing on, I think he was playing on BBG, I believe. Yeah, that's, wow.
Wow. Yeah.
That's been a hot minute throwback to an OG actual selection, which tripwires are cool. Especially you can set up your one way as well to lock down a site, but all right, awesome. Hey, look at that. King is playing solo.
Yeah, well, there you go. I want okay, Cypher. Personally, I can see it working pretty darn well on that A site. One of the bonuses of Cypher is that you don't have to be around the camera and just kind of use the camera to the best of your ability to scout things out there. But I mean, beyond the Cypher pick, Virtuoso are bringing out a pretty standard composition here. And actually, we're seeing the exact same thing come out of TLC. They've got the Sova, Killjoy, KO, Jet, as well as the Omen. Once again, I prefer the Killjoy on Ascent, as do most teams do. Mostly because Killjoy has such... Those swarm grenades alongside the turret as well as the alarm bot can give you so much information, can lock down the sites so gosh darn well that Cypher just can't do. But once again, tripwires be tripping, especially your opponents. And so I'm curious to see how they're going to be set up here. I think Cypher can do a pretty good job of stalling out the A site, but loses a little bit more viability on B. So we're going to see how this plays. I imagine they're going to be expecting that Cypher to be playing A, and it is a very aggressive defense to start things out.
I mean, aggressive is, I would say, the exact right statement. It continues. Few trades galore. But it's interesting that just the fact they haven't necessarily been able to move past spawn at this point. Throws it over to B. Must be the right call as they are cutting sound and inching their way ever so close. Now King should be able to try to get one out of this as he's playing right by the boxes on top of the site near double. But up against three, this will just become harder and harder as they cannot inch their way closer. Right by Speedway should not get spotted. That is one for King. That is 2 for King and no more.
Honestly, though, it was looking pretty good. Also, too, gotten a couple of bullets, so Cade 3K, only 24 HP left. Ely comes around, you're kidding me! Finds the headshot onto Ely, just crouched a little bit towards the ground, and just like that, he'll see him. They're able to walk away with round number 1, the pistols. It was very aggressive on the defense from Virtuoso, but we've seen them do that quite a few times. And yet again, it's going to be, who else but TLC, winning out yet another pistol round.
Unshocked and unfazed from what we've seen so far, but you gotta remember, this is not their perfect streak. They have, in fact, lost one half. Or they have lost, in fact, one pistol, one bonus. On the other side of Fracture. So, I've harnessed the record, but maybe they could possibly try to bring it back. Is he playing close contact?
Wow.
Up against 2 Spectres are not gonna happen. And with all the util dump that goes on, you get the spike pretty easily, and the site laid down. The question will be as to how they decide to hold it. And as of right now, they can play 2 on 2 off.
Yeah, it's just going to be easy at this point. They have the gun advantage. But the cool lineups. Trade's going through, but it's going to be the Spectres that win it out. As we pretty much expected. TLC, they're able to get 2 rounds in a row. I just wanted to quickly point out, Dim Sum Boy on that Killjoy tossed a swarm grenade in order to block off a tree. Now, there was nobody there, but this is why Killjoy, in my opinion, is honestly a really gosh darn good agent to bring into Ascent. Able to lock down that site, prevent people to pushing in there, is more or less going to secure that you're able to close the door and lock off that completely. It was just so easy by TLC to run on in. Ely was able to stall them out for a bit, but not by too much. Now, we are going to be seeing the bonus come in. Virtuoso have rifles, Ely hanging out in the back of sight, but it's going to be that same A site execute, but this time, Killjoy all the way on to B, getting ready to set up the lurk and potentially prevent anti-flank, as well as start to, well, make room for the rest of the team to move through. They grab the ultimate orb and decide to back off.
He's ready from your ult. But through this, they know that the gun disadvantage, they could hit them quite hard if they do decide to opt in for any of these long range duels that they do not want to be stepping into, especially these close quarters angles that they're not opting out as well. Interesting enough, they decided running back all the way to A. Cypher setups are there, and with them being decently abundant, you can see Virtuoso all playing offside. No angles found, but there we go. Managed to get the tag onto one. At least with the camera, Yoshi's not taken down, considering they were
Seconds left. Spike down A.
right in the sight line of the rest of TLC. And Virtuoso having information on every single member of TS there will just essentially ensure they can get around back, and it does make sense.
Yeah, the rifle's just a little bit
seconds
too
left.
powerful. There's a clean execute coming in here. King. Oh, Dim Sum boy actually wins this one out. And honestly, this is more than enough. Able to take out a couple of the members there. Secure a rifle for yourself as well. Unfortunately, Renz isn't able to find any more. Virtuoso able to carry through 3 rifles. Should have pretty good economy in order to buy up. We have a little bit of a tech pause coming in here. But still, so far, TLC have been pretty methodical about how they want to play that. And this is another reason why you buy the Omen. You get those little shadow steps, you can move around pretty darn easily without having to expose yourself. This is the thing about Ascent. There's so many tight corridors that you could just be looking down, and it's pretty scary to check them. Specifically push out and just hope that you can make it to the other side. Sometimes the chicken not going to be able to cross the road. So that's something that they bring there. Yoshi will be taking the duel against Menace, able to find him through the smoke and blind.
And with him not being tagged this time, that is the essential key, but later locked
What?
outside with the molly. And Cade is dead. But they decide to run through the choke once again and just see who lives.
Last player
Until
standing.
Seam will trade evenly. Dim Sum boy crouches and makes his way through trade. Now it becomes a 1v2. It's up to King to decide who lives and who
You
dies.
should run. Spike planted.
And it could be them. It could be
Enemy
King.
remaining.
He sees Dim Sum boy. There's wait for the lockdown to happen. Right beside neutral, and that shot away.
Oh, the lockdown.
Waiting. Oh, the lockdown. He has to shoot it. He has to shoot it. Oh, it's right in time, but Ren speaks out.
Oh, man. Okay, yeah, that was good by TLC. Really, first of all, they needed to win that round because it's going to make sure that Virtuoso's economy not going to be looking too great into this round, and they want to carry that advantage forward. So I agree with the lockdown investment, despite the fact that it was just King. Also, dude, it's King. This guy can shoot. So you want to make sure that you're being a little bit more careful about that. And honestly, the lockdown just kind of served as a target dummy because, yeah, King had to consistently try and shoot it to shut it down, otherwise he gets detained, while at the same time checking for Renz, who's just kind of poking around the corner, and that makes it a near impossible situation. Now Menace getting aggressive here, gonna get punished potentially, as K doesn't even see him. Oh, saw him that
He
time,
spotted him. He
and he's
spotted
down.
him. Ooh. You know, I respected the play, but I feel like he should have known that. He should have been there. He has his. Oh! Hey, bro, he better be thanking his homie comms right now. Like, yo, bro, you saved me. Whoa, I owe you a McChicken. My bad.
Wow, a big chicken, not even a junior chicken, huh?
Nah, full thing.
Yeah.
Hey, nice shot. He gets it. Okay. But I think that's all they'll get.
What?
That's all they'll get? Question mark?
I'm gonna say that this is all that he gets. He might be able to use the ultimate, but I don't think it's gonna be worth it this time around.
I feel like if I say it enough, it'll just eventually turn untrue, and I don't mind that because it'll be wild.
No, Reish, no, resist. You're better than
Trust
that.
me. Look, this is all Ellie gets. It's fine.
No.
It's they got 2 right up front. That's a safe. You know, it's just you're tough. I think they spotted it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Spotted one. And they decide, you know what, they got a free gun. It's an RGX as well, which is mid, by the way.
Oh,
So
You wanna
move
fight?
themselves up. It's a fact. It looks like a highlighter.
they're really
Oh,
cool.
now they know what they are. There you go. They're looking at it.
Remaining.
That's one. They should be able to get pretty much everybody here. Yep.
Yep.
And they'll die for it.
Nope.
Or
Survive.
not.
You know what that was right there, Rav? It was the RGX buff. All I'm saying. It's a cool gun skin, okay. But there is no way that Ely should have been able to get away with that. I'm sorry. No way. In all of the multiple universes that Doctor Strange poked his head through, there was only one where that happened. And honestly, even that was a little bit of a stretch. That was unbelievable just sheriff play coming in there. And you can tell that Virtuosos just felt a little bit scattered. They were taking random duels in mid, just kind of hoping for the best. But now, TLC, they're going to be running it down. They've got the numbers advantage here. A lot of ultimates online for both these teams. We're going to be seeing the Blade Storm get popped from Yoshi, though. You'll see their economy is getting a little bit thinner, so they have to try and pad it out as much as they can to ensure the rest of their squad have what they need. Smoke's coming out. No command online.
Now command will make Gast's command null. Now we'll see if he can also feel the Void and Menace's heart as the knives get stabbed through him. Artist Fury, though, is clutch from King. The tag is even solid. The fact that he manages to get it as soon as the null command also wears off, too, is really good timing on his part. Dora's there. So make it 4v3. And they got the Yoda, but they don't know about them, some boy.
Oh, no.
You can move in here. You haven't seen where they are on the beehive. They catch it with a dart. Let's look at this. They move the way over. Oh, they should be able to get him. Then some boy, does he peek? Yes, he does. Comes right into the map, and that's the Odin gone.
And I actually really like that play from Team Seal. Teal Seam, man,
Yep,
oh
there you go.
man. The brain is breaking down, but it's okay because Teal Seam are looking indestructible right now. Oh my goodness. But yeah, use them from the shadows. Get yourself over to that B side, get the spike down because you know that you have an overwhelming number of people on that A site and Virtuoso can't just run around. And honestly, Dim Sum Boy was hoping that they would because it would have just been such easy picks and shut the round down completely. A pretty cheap round, all things considered. And now we're going to be seeing the knives come out from Menace, looking for the first pick, is able to take Dim Sum Boy down. Wants to move back, a lot of utility being popped, but able to escape as a Teal Team. They're going to be making their way onto this A site.
They found my wire.
So 4 people strong. They gotta get rid of Ellie first. 3 people strong, and they've gotten rid of Ellie. And now through this, right back through heaven, the priest go their way alongside Cade. And shut them all down. They say no way, Jose, because now what are Virtuoso going to realistically play? And now the answer needs to be nothing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, that was a heavy investment for Virtuoso. That didn't get them anything. They used a lot of ultimates towards the end there. The null command came online because they were very confident on it. But Ravish, they just kind of marched in like the Pied Piper was playing that sweet tune, and they just went one by one into the site. And that's why it was just so easy for Teal Seam to be able to find those individual picks. They need to push in together, try and play off of the trades. And honestly, I don't think that they should have went through heaven. As soon as we saw Menace fall down with the knives, that should have been more than enough information that peeking through on heaven was not going to be a good idea. But they did it anyways and got punished for it. Now, still a couple of ultimates online. It's going to be an early Hunter's Fury from TLC, trying to clear things out a little bit. But Menace gets Dim Sum Boy with the operator.
Because it's 2v2, best piece out through trees. Now VRT. All smiles and glee. Oh, and a blast. Ooh, nice pick off though. Question is now there's not only one omen.
Remaining.
You are kidding me.
What the wall bait? You were talking about this. You were seeing how prevalent these were. At the beginning of the game, Lorenz is stuck. I'm leaving VRT to run him up. I'm just seeing how many one-offs I can do at this point.
Oh, this is gonna be tough.
Oh,
Yeah. No
that's
shot.
tough.
This is, okay. First of all, King is a good Valorant player. In case anybody was doubting that for a second, really made that round work out. Able to deny the plant. This is why you bring an Odin on Ascent. These cardboard walls, the bullet's just gonna go right through it. Able to deny the plant, which just basically make sure that it was over. A little bit of a scrappy round coming out there. Teal's team were looking like they were set up for success, but yeah, it's that spray through. Nothing you can do about that. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know that was the spot, and I'm gonna carry that information into my ranked games. Throw that educational tag onto here because we're learning things tonight. Now, it's gonna be Virtuoso. They have plenty of money to do this. Menace is gonna have this operator online, but of course, DLC are totally fine as well. We're gonna be seeing dueling recon darts here. As soon as that one's done, King's gonna use his. potentially try and spray down that Odin. Might come up big, TBH.
But the thing is now, though, nobody has moved through the lane. That you can't throw the camera. Be big, and it's yet again, it is the Jack who's been tagged twice by the cam this time, but luckily does not lose their life at least. The King now with the noise cut off has no semblance of a possibility as to where they might be, but they decide to trade Odin shots, and Dim Sum Boy comes out on top.
Really in a rhyme rhythm today, aren't you?
I'm just flowing with it, bro.
All good. We're going to be seeing the lockdown now come out. That's going to force TLC back. Ely barely able to escape. Has to go through that swarm grenade, taking a lot of damage. But yeah, it's actually an A-side hit here. But Virtuoso are wise to it. They've already started the rotation around. The lockdown was just a fake. Let's see if Sean can find a couple of picks here.
That menace, especially down by heaven, is big. The yapping down, he takes the peak with the flash drive as well as they all get held off out towards trees. He's taken out by heaven though, so that's not giving away the blast. But slow flank watch on the outside. And they gotta take out Yoshi first. And Yoshi even managed to take out one of them too. That would be a large pick, and them not falling for his trap. That still mean that Virtuoso still have a chance to make their way back. And it's not stuck. Paranoia is good, but they have to try to lay it down. Good spray from Blast, but they're up against the body blocking him. The bullets actually go through them all, but they get it to half, and Cade shuts it down.
Wow. Oh man. Okay, I like the move there. You can see TLC were like, all right, lockdown down. Let's march our way over onto the A side, and we're gonna have a grand old time. And unfortunately, honestly, Yoshi being able to stay alive for as long as he did was putting so much pressure on Virtuoso. They were so scared to move into the site because they knew that Yoshi could just come up behind at any single point. So a lot of backsided pressure made that push in a lot more difficult. And of course, that whittled down the time. A good spray's coming through the smoke, making sure that they were able to tag things up. But Virtuoso played that one so darn well. And look at this fast execute. TLC, they're not slowing down for a second. Menace has the shotty, but not going to make that one work.
Just the fact that even through that as well, they play the double peak angle and managed to get it right with the stinger. Gonna flash out and he can't see nothing. That also means that no shots land on anybody either. Still dope.
Right here.
Planted. Going 4v3.
Friends peeking around the corner here. King ready for it, but gets immediately taken out. These pistols are not making it work. Sean goes for the swing for one, looking for the other, looking the wrong way for a second. It's okay. He's able to find the flick. Almost a little bit of stylish if you ask me, but TLC, this is Ravish. This is looking very similar to what we saw in Fracture, just with a couple of rounds sprinkled in from Virtuoso. My statement still stands though. If TLC are able to take this to 10-2 in this half, I think it's safe to say that Virtuoso are going to be sent home packing.
Yeah. It's tough. And I'm sad about it because I like all the Virtuoso dudes. They're all really great.
Yeah.
Very good at the game. Especially Coach Maya. She's super nice. But damn, TLC are looking real good right now up against them.
Yeah. They've lost a couple. Both of these teams right now do have their null commands. TLC might be able to engage off of it, but that if they do that against the KO as well, that's going to shut down the null command. Sniper has to stay alive here. Okay, Sniper's actually going to pop the null command first, but it's just going to be dual null commands coming in. Sniper, a good trade coming through as King finds one. King finds two. King finds a third, actually. Now the spike is down. Both the robots are down, and so is the rest of TLC and Virtuoso. Find that third round on the board and even able to stabilize the core. It's a flawless coming in from them as it is now the last round and a half.
You'll see him decide that it may be time to perhaps make this a bit more even, looking towards a 9-3 potentially. And it's the fact that even through the sight hold as well, Virtuoso, they managed to find key angles, and through early information with the darts they got on TLC, they were stuck inside of one hole, and these chokeholds on ascent, which really do manage to do a team in. And TLC, especially when they force these fights, things have never gone well. Now buys on both sides, both of them looking confident. They want it all.
So as this goes, Teal Seam worming their way up A with the spike, but are getting ground on B. A very interesting defensive setup by Virtuoso, putting a lot of pressure on that mid. The knives are out. Ren's using the Owl Drone. It's going to get some information as Ely goes for the rotation around. That's why that cipher works. You can just completely leave everything and just hope for the best, but still, Teal Seam, they smoke off the back and are now looking to enter in onto A. Ely, aware of it though, has his camera set up.
He's looking directly inside his sight, has not seen a drone go out. That's usually a big indication as to where they want to commit. So far, not they can spot the paranoia. The knife actually does hit him, but Sniper just forced away with that. They still have not been able to lock on Heaven, and it's a full 5v5 retake. As it finally looks towards a crucial round for both of these teams. King is dead.
What?
An important loss. The flash drive off. The knife's going wide though. Yoshi, I thought you might have, man, stay alive, but up against 3, there's no shot. There's no opportunity. Renz gets 2. And he lines them up in front of him right by window, looking to get his 3rd. And maybe even the 4th if we survive against them. The jump off and the shot down.
1 enemy remaining.
3v2, not against the boy, looking towards Heaven yet again. They know where they are. And that crucial information locks down the 9th round.
Alrighty.
Sides.
Here we go. Teal Seam 9-3. No curses being spoken here, but now we're going to be swapping sides. I actually think that Teal Seam are going to have a pretty easy time playing this defense, and I think it's all going to be because of Dim Sum Boy on Killjoy. Obviously, these first rounds, the pistols, pretty important for Virtuoso to win. If they lose this pistol round, it's more or less guaranteeing that Teal Seam are going to put them at an 11-3 score line. And that's not something you want to come back from, despite how good they are. So Dim Sum Boy, this time, will be setting his Killjoy utility up on A. Usually you see those Killjoys on B. Teal Seam, Virtuoso, going to be walking right into this menace. Has the shorty. A bit of an interesting call, but gets nice close to personal. Might be able to find a couple of picks. While Yoshi's in the back with the Sheriff, preferring to play things a little bit more longer range. As an Omen, Cade 3K, ready for support.
Fast being popped right now. So make the way into the site. The knife has managed to catch one. There's a lot of damage by the end of it. So now Teal Seam are looking at another retake. They won't even allow them to plant. Couple shorties in hands. The health bar decently low. Teal Seam are looking at Virtuoso, thinking, now where will you go?
I got the spike.
Menace still shorty in hand. So now all move in. They just get overpowered. Simply shorties far. Forrest not gonna land at all. I'll tickle him and let him know his location. Like, yo, right here. Please come shoot me.
Not intentionally, of course, but yeah, just wrong timing. Otherwise, that shorty could have come up huge. And as you know, shorty plays always fun, but unfortunately just fallen a little bit short. So Teal Seam, they are going to be able to win that round. Oh, this is not looking good. Going to be seeing Teal Seam now buy up as well. They're going to have SMGs in their hand, have that Bulldog as well in Yoshi's hands. This is going to be really tough. We're seeing Menace buy a Bucky. But Menace honestly has not been putting up the performance that we have seen on these previous maps. Unfortunately, neither is Sniper. And it's all starting to slip away from them now. Teal Seam posed to win this and advance for 4 more rounds. 3 more rounds, sorry, and they'll be able to do so. It's a huge 0 point though. It's pressed quite a bit, and Yoshi's gonna watch them come in here. Immediately finds one through the spray.
They committed to this as well. The shotgun finally wins Menace. Somehow bobbing and weaving around the paranoia down 2 from Speedway. As 1v1 by the end, he don't see him blast overpowers. Virtuoso somehow win by the grace of a god.
Oh man, that was, oh boy, pedal to the metal. Vin Diesel looking around being like, darn, I like what you guys are doing over there. Not the family part, mostly the fast part. Yes. That's how Virtuoso played that round, and they were able to win that one out. That's the only reason that the Bucky got value, is able to just come out there and completely catch people off guard, and then just allow them to get the gun advantage and win it out. TLC were just not ready for it. And so as a result, they're going to be back onto a save, while Virtuoso will have the gun advantage. The other want to play this already. We're seeing TLC start to take some mid presence. Virtuoso have completely spread themselves out, not committing to anything yet as TLC are getting ready to push out through mid.
My camera is destroyed.
Well plays. And now, TLC. Dominant first half. And maybe a bit less so in the second. Virtuoso through investment. And one without paying off. Have put TLC in a bit of a hole. But a spot one through market. Managed to make their way in. And become a 5v5.
Really finding Dim Sum Boy here, but not able to secure any of the kills. Look at all the space that TLC have made. King falls down after a trade. Ely all the way back in spawn though. The spike is now down. It's going to be 4v4 on this retake, but such an interesting post-plant positioning coming out here as Menace is ready to poke out too.
And poke he does. A slow by the end, Paranoia going out. That's all locked in front of market. TLC just did not have a chance to even possibly even get one of anybody on the site, giving Menace 4. Moving him up quite a fair bit on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and you know, I talked about how Menace needed to turn it up a little bit. That's the best way to do so. I just kind of fragged out that last round. Really just put TLC on the back pedal, but you know, it's a gun advantage. That's kind of what we expected. Now TLC are going to have rifles here. 5 rounds separating these two teams. One of them advancing, one of them heading home. Odin in Renz's hand. But this is interesting. We're seeing both Silva and Killjoy on A side for defenders. It's going to be a Paranoia coming in, as well as the null command activated for Virtuoso.
Well, this doesn't even matter. As they just have the sight line on every single one of them. Good on Sniper, though, to win that. Transfer was clean, and it was a clutch round, and sorry, clutch pickoffs. So, you sure the lull command is worth it? And TLC is forced into a save. They're going to decide, you know, it's not necessarily worth it. We'll get this one up. We got a lot of leeway. But remember, this happened before for Virtuoso. And things did not end well for TLC.
And this is the thing. You say a lot of leeway, but after this, there's only 4 round differences between these two teams. I'm going to be honest, Virtuoso, they're really in the rhythm right now. They know how they like to play this attack, and they've been doing it extremely well. They've been overpowering how TLC have been playing that defense. And I think we need to start seeing a rotation of how TLC are positioning their defensive agents. They've consistently had the Killjoy, Dim Sum Boy, playing on that A side, but I think I need to start seeing it onto B. I am a strong believer in having those swarm grenades just down lane in order to stop them from advancing. They're such a big deterrent, and also to just slow things down so much. You can separate the Jet from the rest of the team and then just take him out. So I hope that is going to be what we're seeing here, is now we are actually getting that Killjoy onto the B side. So who knows how this one can play out, but TLC back onto a save, despite the fact that Renz has that Odin, and Dim Sum Boy is going to have the Vandal. Very even scores across the board for this team. Dim Sum Boy be poking out a little bit. The Bladestorm is no active. Dim Sum Boy, I don't know if I like this. He's gonna go for it and loses the duel.
What? I thought he spotted his shoulder first. But he shot a peek side. It's the exact same push in. And see yet again with one of their guns being taken away. Now you have to be thinking of what do TLC do? Unlocked outside, flash drive in, does actually catch Menace, but the knives do Menace to do so. They lose so much on the entry. Now it has to be about how they make the way all the way on the inside, like King locking it down. I'm about being main, and now Blast goes up for the repeat. It's Renz with the Odin. It's Renz dead without the Odin.
Not able to carry that one over, but you know what? That's okay, because they should have enough economy to bring themselves back a little bit more. They should be able to buy up rifles, and That score gap is slowly going down. We're going to be seeing a timeout come in from TLC. And I'm going to be honest, I think that Dim Sum Boy, with that setup, could have done a pretty darn good job of being able to slow them down, but has to play off the utility a little bit more. Can't take those duels, because right now, this is Virtuoso winning duels. They're finding those opening frags. It's getting a little bit chaotic, but Virtuoso are coming out on top, and so TLC are left scratching their heads in very bad situations where they seem like they should... TLC look like they want to play things a little bit slower, whereas Virtuoso are constantly poking and prodding, looking for an opening in their lineup in order to just take advantage of it. And we're seeing that in the post-plant positioning quite a bit as well. We're seeing TLC start to slowly make their way in, but another player just kind of coming out from Virtuoso, taking that duel and winning it out. I critiqued them earlier for kind of going one by one, but if they're able to catch TLC by surprise, then those duels are going to work out in their favor. Fortunately, though, it's not always a guarantee. Let's see how they want to go. TLC still 3 rounds away from victory. Virtuoso only 3 rounds away from tying things up. Their economy is looking rock solid.
So what you're telling me is that these next 3 rounds are going to be essential pivoting, in fact?
I would argue, well, we don't know that for sure. Even if Virtuoso win these next 3 rounds, it's possible that TLC will still be able to win this out. But yeah, I think that the momentum is definitely going to be a lot more evened out, which I'm not saying I'm a fortune teller, but I did say that this was going to be a very close game, Ravish.
And so far, you're correct. Whoa. I don't know if they actually managed to clear him out of the corner, but at least through this, game in control and clear out wine. Key. But through past this, they're able to force away yet again another member of TLC, as they can now use this to rush into the site. They'll be locked down, and the spray will not connect from either of these sides. They're down to a 5v5 again.
Spike planted.
But that's what we're looking for, because from TLC. A bit farther back, you guys, you know you're strong on the gun duels, but these retakes to where you have to necessarily overpower them. These rushes are not working out for you, especially for up against Virtuoso. And there's a lockdown, which should force them away.
Yeah, it should force them away unless they have the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, it's gonna be
they managed to spot it. They should have known it was there. It was even in a bit of an awkward spot. But now, Virtuoso on the comeback yet again and not willing to say die. After being down so much, that's 1 out of 3 rounds left.
Ooh, okay. Very dominant first half from TLC, and then they lose 5 in a row. Virtuoso ready to tie things up. Only 2 rounds away from doing so. TLC back onto a save. I see the lockdown being placed in a different area just to try and throw King off, but King's a little bit better than that. Able to just use that and make that one a win. Camera comes out, but Cade 3K be holding nice and close. Prevent them from pushing up. Fragment was used prematurely on the last round by the defending team. So we need to see a little bit more trigger discipline there, because it could have prevented their entry completely. But still, Virtuoso playing things slow now. Willing to force out a bit of utility, get a little bit of information before they make a decision.
Split pushes so far. Virtuoso leading towards B. But you see through all these angles, even with the anti-eco right now for TLC, it'll be up to how they manage to land a couple of these engagement shots, and so far it's 1 for 1. But the crucial thing is they managed to get a gun. And with 2 of which looks so falling, this is starting a lot more doable. Good on blast to hold it down. He's becoming up big in so many of these rounds. The camera goes out. Ellie wasn't ready. That's 2 that Yoshi is caught without their awareness. And now Sniper and Blast, the only 2 left to try to defend the spike. Sniper, the only one left to try to defend the site. Nobody left to try to defend the site.
I could hear the scenario, and as time went on, well, time dictated exactly how that round played out. A very good round from TLC. They needed that momentum, and I'm gonna be honest, this is why you want that Killjoy on to B. Those sword grenades from Dim Sum Boy did quite a bit of damage, making Virtuoso's members either A, have to slow themselves down because they were split up, or B, really low HP, so it was a very easy spray down coming in from Teal Seam to make sure that they can make that one happen. Now Teal Seam, it finally went around after dropping 5 in a row. Yoshi playing with this operator nice and close. Gets shut down here, but wins the duel. Oh my goodness me, it was through the wall. Menace almost had that one.
And that was a wall bang too. He was lucky. I went to the side of that pellet. You talking about the paper thin walls, but maybe sometimes paper just does blocks enough damage to make sure you alive.
Just slows the bullet down just enough.
Unless you're in wanted, then you can curve the bullet.
Ah, right.
But that's not here. Shot. There's some boys. Spots too. And we'll use a swarm grenade yet again to ensure that nobody can move into trees. The smoke whilst will not help, but will perpetuate the narrative of the fake. Oh, see? The nose cannot afford to be a bit too forward facing and hide in the middle of the reload. Yoshi gone, good paranoia. Virtuoso. By each segment they're being taken apart. I don't know if they're ready for this. The trade.
Left.
But it just leaves King. The spike is there though.
I have the spike.
He could maybe plant this if he can somehow get two amazing swings, but the smoke dissipates.
Oh, the timing on the smoke. We've seen this again. I think it happened. Actually, yeah, it happened to King. The smoke just disappearing at the wrong second, and then it's like, oh, hey, free pick, nice and easy. I hate to see that one, but happens to the best of us. Now, Teal Team, they're ready to win this 12-8. One more round and they can make this happen. I like what we've been seeing from this team thus far. Honestly, being able to shut down Menace has done wonders for Teal Team. Virtuoso have such a hard entry into the site. Finally, we're seeing Teal Team use their utility to break up the momentum that Virtuoso are bringing down, slow them down, make them a little bit more uncomfortable trying to push in onto the site. And honestly, shutting Menace down is a great first step. Killjoy on this side this time. The swarm grenades could do just that, but they have to deal with Menace. If Menace gets a couple of picks, then that's going to be great for Virtuoso. They are scouting out that A side as well, but the spike is firmly on B.
Sniper managed to get an orb. So that then now allows him to get null command and use it to push off the site. There is one in response though, but without being put out first. Renz has to retreat all the way towards the back of the site. Dipson Boy gets caught. Got the paranoia, but nobody pushing it yet. No one through strings, born by Speedway. Renz is gone. Dipson Boy knows it has to be up to him, but which angle does he look at? Answer all of them. Only getting one though. Leaving two left alive. I do not think they're gonna be able to get the res off here. And Sean is gone. Oh, he gets one. It's not the worst of situations, but the site being on lockdown, Virtuoso, they're so good at making sure they can continue to keep the spike in their hand.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, that null command came in clutch for Virtuoso. Oh, it was so good. They were able to shut down all the Killjoy utility, despite the fact that we saw one of the swarm grenades get active. Didn't matter. It just made first of all Teal Team back up, which allowed the space to be just taken over by Virtuoso, and they were more than happy to just feast on it, getting the site control, finding a couple of picks early on, and the rest was history. Now Virtuoso, a couple of ultimates of their own. Menace be walking out aggressive early, trying to go for a little bit of middle presence. We haven't seen Virtuoso do this too often thus far. It's either been a quick A hit or a quick B hit, usually just splitting their members between it. The alarm bot was enough to get the information that people might be rotating through. Dim Sum Boy gets caught off guard through market. That could be huge for Virtuoso.
And just the fact that when there's no real market control, or mid control, does allow them possibly peek all the way back and go to spawn. Look at this. Jet has made her way right in front of the door without being spotted, and the Killjoy not spotting it either. So it becomes a game of who tries to peek first, and it becomes about Sean. We decide this is now the time in a 2v1. They end up losing. That neural theft is wages so much. Yoshi still wins against Menace. 3v3 yet again. Use the Hunter Spirit to lay the plant. We try to get one out of this, and corners cleared. No one falls. How do they move in past this? They only have the Sova as the initiator. With no from the shadows, they have no information as to where they're possibly holding. They're paranoia as well to catch that on King, but nobody's swinging off that. It's unfortunate, so he continues to stay by logs, as they still have not been able to enter the site. They catch one with a shock dart, and 2 peeks in. No one gets out.
Wow. Oh no. Oh, I was so happy with that paranoia. I was like, that's what we like to see. This is why you bring Omen on the map. And unfortunately, TLC didn't do anything with it. So, allowed just King to come in from behind. The rest was history. 2 rounds now. Virtuoso. The comeback is alive. This is a save coming in from TLC as well. Sean gonna go with the Stinger. The bees are going to be alive. Let's see if we can turn Virtuoso into Nicolas Cage, screaming not the bees, as the Stinger comes in. But it's going to be a Blade Storm online.
Ghost Rod.
I'd say wrong movie, but he's in every movie, so you know.
Whoa. I don't... My Nicolas Cage impression is awful.
No. It's got a movie where he plays himself. It's great.
I watched Pig. That was cool.
Oh, it's a good movie. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what else is cool?
TLC
Starting
getting
things
a
off
rank.
with... Yeah, starting things off with a big kind of save. Yoshi with the knives as well. If Yoshi comes up big here, wow, things could go a lot better. Seeing the Virtuoso, like I was saying, it's on this come up as well. Both the knives popped on both sides. But pay attention, with no Hunter Spirit to counteract this, the lockdown is there for TLC. This could be really clutch if Virtuoso commits to a site.
Oh, they're moving around. They're actually going to go for B. But I think TLC should be okay. Still have this over there, and yeah, they're using the lockdown now. That's gonna buy them 10 seconds. We're just gonna make it so much more difficult. Yoshi tries to take the duel and loses it against King. But now they have to go back to the A side. Time is ticking down. This could be bad.
I mean, they still got 15 seconds. If they take out Shaw, you gotta remember they're on the save here as well. Shaw manages to get one. The pop flash, unfortunately not out in time. Takes him out. Spike is planted. And no real guns okayed. Stuck outside. Still with the classic. Most of the guns are on the site. 1 Phantom, 1 classic, and 1 dead. Try to get this. Shot goes wide, now it's still out. You gotta make sure to try to get sniper first here. Menace is become that much tougher. They get them both, and that's it. Just seen. Move on to quarterfinals.
Woo! Big congrats to TLC. Great stuff coming out of this squad. And honestly, okay, it started to slip away from them in the second half there. As it looked like Virtuoso were going to be able to pull things back for a second, but TLC able to just really, especially on that last round, use their ultimate so well. Made Virtuoso have to second guess themselves, just completely strip them down from time, making it so that they had to just go for a dirty push onto the site and hope for the best, allowing the numbers advantage. And once again, TLC were on a save, Ravish. That was just a save round, and they really made that one work, so they will be advancing. Congratulations to TLC.
I don't know how they did that. I really don't. Like, with the way I was looking at the angles on its own were tough enough. You would think it, okay, you gotta swing at the right time, you got the yapper, find the person on site, and then, you know, maybe you get it, but I was like a boom boom, and then, whoa, they won the round. Like you said, on a save nonetheless. But hey, it's why these guys are crap. Now, on the other end, though, you know, I know most of our teams also finishing up as well, but at this point, you know, I think we might need to be able to, we might need to take a little seat. Before that, we'll have a small look at our bracket as to the results we have. Resident managed to move on. Knights Academy, who won the previous week, actually did fall right away. Unfortunately so, and we still got a couple more quarterfinals going on, though. At the end of it, Anytime manages 2-0 C9 Academy and TMSM FDX over 10-5.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the teams you want to look out for is TSM FTX Academy. They do such a good job, and now we actually are going to get a little bit of a better look at our bracket as these teams start to populate in. So, we've got one more best of 3. That's right, we're going to be going into the quarterfinals next. So don't go anywhere. Got more Valorant coming your way. We've got a quick short break, and when we get back, we're going to be quarterfinals, baby. Another best of 3 just after this.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Hi guys, my name is Marks, and we've just concluded the Bakersfield LAN, so let's recap some of the action that happened today. We started things out with IKEA versus the Fun-Sized Maniacs in the group stage, and while this one was pretty close, the Fun-Sized Maniacs were able to win this one out. There's a little bit of damage for Flies in with the charge, and who else but Camper to seal the deal on that round. As we continued on, we followed Fun-Sized Maniacs through the group stages and got to watch them face up against Elite Squad, with Elite Squad coming out looking pretty darn sharp, able to win it out against the Fun-Sized Maniacs. And the last round in the group stage, we got to see the Fun-Sized Maniacs face up against Resonate, and a similar story here, Resonate looking pretty crisp with it, as they were also able to beat out the Fun-Sized Maniacs, and honestly looking pretty darn good doing so.
B2 situation, Gabriel finds one, finds two.
Then of course we entered into the playoff bracket, best of 3s activated, starting things out with Resonate versus IKEA, and oh boy howdy, Resonate were looking really darn good. Resonate were able to shut IKEA down 2-0, not even giving them an inch, honestly. 13-3 and then 13-4. It didn't look too good for IKEA, but Resonate were looking absolutely coordinated, absolutely dominant, and really just flexing on the other team. Finally, we made our way into the grand final, seeing Elite Squad go up against Resonate. Both of these teams able to defeat their predecessors 2-0, and this was a much closer match. We started things out on Haven, which was Resonate's map pick, but the Elite Squad was able to just win that one out on them, spinning it around pretty dominantly, winning by over 6 rounds. Then of course we went next up to Ascent, which was Elite Squad's map pick, and yet Resonate paid them one right back. A lot of beautiful plays coming out of this map, but Resonate win that one out 13-6. And this left it all down to map number 3, Fracture. And boy, despite the fact that Resonate did not bring a duelist into their composition, they showed Elite what is good, ending the first half 10-2 and then running away with the map, not even that much difficulty in front of them. So a big congratulations to Resonate as they do win out the Bakersfield LAN, and that just about does it for this recap of the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN.
Day one of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the low side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's murdering crew, which otherwise known as Xset and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expected it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew, or Xset and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at Georgetown, Texas land.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs online qualifier. My name is Mark Scassing alongside Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet, and we've got a pretty darn decent game up for you guys. Hey, look, it's the playoffs brackets. Rav, we're going to be going Dark Zero versus Teal Seam for our next best of 3.
Very cool. Dark Zero are a great team. Big fan of a lot of the players. Teal Seam, also great team. Big fan of all their players. They got an Oshawott as their logo, and Dark Zero have a galaxy. Like a dark hole, which is, I love space and I love Pokemon. And all these players that got in front of me, you know, I simply get to side with my favorite.
And I am so curious how this matchup is going to go. Dark Zero is a very well-historied team. They've gone through this gauntlet multiple times. They've been in some of these qualifiers already, and they've looked spectacular doing so. Screwface is going to be a player you want to look out for. Same with Trick. Both these players doing really good stuff on Dark Zero. And of course, TLC. We just saw them kind of frag out a little bit. It was looking pretty good against Virtuoso. They were very dominant in the last 2 maps that we saw. So good stuff coming out from TLC as well. Unfortunately, only one of these teams, though, is going to be able to advance, and one of them is going to be sent home after this round. So things are starting to heat up as we get closer and closer towards the finals, Ravish.
Indeed, correct, my friend. And the 2 teams that we have in front of us, I know the Dark Zero have been a crowd favorite for a long time, but you'll see him got a lot of supporters in front of them as well. But the question is, will Dark Zero ratio Tealseam, or will Tealseam eventually swim and climb the way to the top?
Really? You bust out ratio for the thing? Okay, I mean, hey, if the social media teams are watching, now you've got great content, depending on how this matchup is gonna be going. But I do believe that we do have the map picks and bans ready to go between these 2 teams. So let's see where we're gonna be going. We're gonna be starting things out in this series with Teal Seam's pick, and we're going to bind first. And then, Dark Zero, we're going to be taking us to Breeze. Both very sandy maps, if you ask me. And last but not least, we do have Fracture. And if we do get to that 3rd map, Rav, I'm a little bit concerned, because Teal Seam really darn good at Fracture.
Why is it bind first every damn time? Why? Stop it. Remove
the people
bind from the maps. Put Keep Split. Please.
Can I It's very interesting to me that Teal Seam is picking Bind, because up against Virtuoso, which we saw, I'm going to be honest with you, wasn't necessarily the cleanest look that we've seen come out of there. If they went on to Fracture, that makes a ton of sense to me, because Teal Seam looked so rehearsed onto it. But they're picking Bind, which, once again, Virtuoso won out in overtime, 14-12. So a little bit of an interesting pick on my end of things. What did you think, Rav?
I thought, they did definitely make a run for it too, but I think just their defense, the defensive side of Virtuoso was just so good, and it really did put up a lot of, I want to say, mental strain on Tealseam to be able to try to combat against it. And considering how good Virtuoso are on Bind as well too, that in itself could play a large factor on it. Now Dark Zero are no chumps. They're pretty solid across the board, especially because they big Breeze. They're quite confident in taking these aim tools and looking down short angles. But as it looks right now, I think Bind is a hot commodity.
Yeah, it seems like we finally moved away from Ascent, finally moved away from Haven, and landed ourselves right in the middle of Bind. But we are going to be going to a quick short break. We're just getting the players all set up in lobby, and when we return, we're going to have this match kick off. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
Spaceship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Online Qualifier. Got a great game up for you. It's going to be Dark Zero up against Teal Seam. Already got our map picks and bans. Ravish, walk us through them.
Okay. So, right now I see ban, pick, and then ban, and then I believe the third final is going to be pick. There you go. I'll walk you through them.
Is that how they named the Flintstones child? Do you know what I'm talking? Oh no, that's Bang Bang. Oh, I'm. You know what? I'll show myself out. You got this, buddy.
Actually, so it's Bam Bam was the Flintstones child.
I'm even more embarrassed now.
Yeah, you're like, dude, like, you're the older one here. Why do I know that? I said a bang bang into the room. No, it's the point being, like I already mentioned, like it is going to be bind, then fracture, then we're going over the it will be bind, breeze, then fracture. All the way towards the end. I hope you managed to recover as we look towards our next and final best of 3 of the night between these two very fun teams.
I mean, I've not I've mentally recovered, but I don't think emotionally yet. So we're gonna have to work on that. But I feel like once we see some of this Valorant gameplay, I'll be back right into it. But yeah, we're gonna be starting things out on Bind, going over to Breeze, and then last but not least, we're going to be going to Fracture as well. It's not too often we see both Breeze as well as Fracture come into the map rotation. So honestly, I'm kind of excited for this. I think this is going to be a fun match between these two teams, and I don't know which one I am necessarily expecting to be a little bit better than the other as they stand right now.
It's like the new gen maps, right?
Yeah.
That have finally started to make more of a rotation, which I'm very happy about. You know, finally some of the old guard being whittled away. And I can't wait for the day until Pearl becomes a standstill. Becomes a standard, I should say, for more of these teams. I myself am not a fan of Pearl. I think it's tough. Personally, it's interesting.
Yeah.
And B-side on Pearl is impossible. But hey, you know, if you hold an op down a super long angle, it's like kind of free. That's just my opinion. Past that, Pearl's not here. We do have Bind in front of us. Bind, we've seen both these teams tam close so many times. Mark, do you have stats for us for Bind for Dark Zero?
I actually do have the stats on Bind, and you know what? Earlier before the break, we talked about why it might have been an interesting pick for Teal Seam, be able to kind of pull things out on Bind. Wow, I can hear my Canadian accent peeking out a little bit. But Bind, they've only got a 54% win rate on Bind, specifically Dark Zero. Meanwhile, Teal Seam have that 69% win rate. Nice. But not as nice as Virtuoso were looking previously, which is why we had a couple of questions as to how this map could really shake out. Bind, traditionally a very attack-favored map. It looked like we were seeing Teal Seam run into a little bit of issues on their attack last time we saw them against Virtuoso, but that might have just been a product of Virtuoso being really good on the defense. So we're going to be loading into a Bind now. A very standard composition is what I'm expecting from Teal Seam to bust out. We've seen it before. We're going to see it again. Interestingly enough, on Dark Zero, we've already got a Fade locked in.
Now, we were mentioning it before. That Fade has made the rotations into some compositions, especially on Bind. When you're looking to play double initiator, they're playing single initiator currently.
Yes, they
double
are.
Controller, double controller, which has been much more of a, I guess, like, you know, much more prevalence because what you smokes on Bind can never be understated because of just the 2 lanes. So if you block out one, hey, you know, GG, I guess. And that'll continue to be the case, but the fact their single initiator is Fade is really interesting. Because like playing off of a util can be tough with no flashes that you have in your hand. How are you gonna take your peaks? I wonder.
Yeah, actually that was the point that I was going to make. Like, how do you play this? I'm genuinely so confused. They're gonna really have to rely on both drone as well as trick to play that flash role. Meanwhile, Teal Seam, it looks like Sean is going to be back onto the sky. Good old Sean on the sky, ready to run things out. But those guiding lights do a really good job of just clearing corners, and the Trailblazer is so good for information as well. Personally, between Sky and Fade, if we're talking about the potential of blinding your opponent, I think Sky definitely takes it. And so I think that is going to be a little advantage for Teal Seam to walk into this map with. But still, you know, Screwface on the Raze, pretty common occurrence that we see on Bind. And that could get a lot of distance. Screwface is one of those players who's very fast, very explosive, just like you want your Raze players to do, but is able to take a lot of ground. And on top of that too, hey, if you do have that fade, it could allow for very fast, very quick explosions on the site, get a couple of picks and open up the site completely. So maybe that's the combination coming in here, because fade utility tends to work extremely well with Razes just flying around, paint shells, sure, but also too just getting the Raze into position and just being able to scout things out. So I'm genuinely curious how this matchup is going to come out, Ravish, but right now it's, you know, I'm firmly a believer of the seals.
You know?
The seams.
Oh
no, it happened again.
Okay, to be fair, they're technically seals.
That's true.
So you're not wrong there either, which is fine. But we can now look towards what the rest
Spike down B.
TLC want to do. I'm gonna take it away, and with Util managed to catch another. She gets taken out right inside of Hookah, and so now Dark Zero holding the door up against all 3 members of TLC, against all 2 members, against 1 member of TLC.
Rapid's happening again.
They've got to stop doing that. I'm trying to make a point.
No point is going to be made. Dark Zero very firmly holding on to that pistol round, only losing a single person. Didn't even give enough time for Ravish to really make his point before the round was more or less over. So great stuff coming out from Dark Zero on that defense. I think it was because they played a little bit more aggressively, able to find a couple of picks and left TLC kind of scratching their heads. So we are going to be seeing them invest a little bit up here. Screwface going to just continue to keep the frenzy. Maybe a little bit of damage. Oh, there we go. Bulldog. That's what more I was expecting. This is a very interesting spread, though, coming in from Dark Zero. They have the Viper onto A, a very interesting wall being set up there as they go in to get space onto Hookah. Otherwise, not too much retrieved from that wall. And this time, though, TLC, they poke their head out and Trick goes down after taking Din Some Boy out.
It's a 1-for-1, though. That's the biggest part. And it's the fact that the trade was allowed to happen does mean that, you know, TLC does not want to quietly give away the site as well. Just the fact they're willing to give up their lives for this, based upon these looks and close angles they're holding. But it'll be up to Drone to now try to hold the next so far. But with him being given away, Zextro having an unfortunate time, Spike is now dropped. Drone barely managed to sneak towards the back of the site. If I gotta hold them off, a nice nade will catch them on the angle and will only continue to delay the possible inevitable, which will come forth. Spike gets dropped. And on a anti-eco as well. Remember, for TLC, 2 have already gone down. I would look to respond. The pop-up catches the head, but Angie's the one getting the cleanup. And they know he's Hookah.
You know what? Even though they lost that one, which we kind of anticipated to happen, and obviously the best case scenario was TLC decide to win the round, they did a lot of damage there. They're able to get that spike down, but on top of that too, take 3 members of Dark Zero out. Obviously, Dark Zero now, they're probably going to, they can't really go for that bonus as cleanly as they would like. We're seeing Trick buy a Bucky, and it looks like they are going to be trying to bonus here. Sometimes we see teams just decide to buy up full rifles because they will have enough money, but this is going to be TLC. They're going to have full rifles coming in, and they should have the gun advantage. It's going to be difficult for Dark Zero to be able to just outlast them, but this time, they swapped it up yet again. I like this Viper wall, this defensive Viper wall. Unfortunately, though, a lot of pressure from TLC is going to be moving in on this A site. See if they can get ground here.
Almost waiting and anticipating TLC Dark Zero to push against them. False shot. Ooh. It was just gonna be about who shot first, and Renz luckily manages to catch him. It's a big pickoff as well, taken away. That gives him shower control as well. And all that chamber util now being null and void will mean that TLC feel a lot more confident about walking into the site. Speaking of which, here we go. Now, of course, the gun advantage very much in their favor as they have full bias. Chick has a shot.
No way. You're lying.
And bang, bang. That's 2, not 3. But now it's down to a 2v2.
There.
Electric Boogaloo.
All right, you're just throwing some vocabulary texture there, aren't you?
That's pretty much about it, yeah. I'm trying to make mouth words sound better.
Nice, and you're doing a great job with it, by the way. But still,
Hey, thanks.
this is
Game
huge.
managed with it. Huge.
It's huge coming out from Dark Zero. This is their save round, their bonus round, sorry, and already it's just down to a 1v2. Cade has to come up with this, has to win this one, otherwise TLC are going to be in a very bad disadvantage here.
One enemy remaining.
He's able to spot one out. It's a 1v1 now.
Ooh. It has a battle in hand. They managed to spot him swing out.
Oh no!
Closer angle held by NG. Gets the double Reno. 3-0. easy.
Yeah, great stuff coming out of Dark Zero thus far. Man, Trick with that Bucky. As a matter of fact, I'm only convinced the reason why Trick didn't get the ace there was because he decided to drop the Bucky and instead pick up a rifle. Just kidding. I don't think that would have been possible. But still, Trick really put the damage in onto TLC, which also allowed the rest of Dark Zero to be able to pick up weapons, making a bad situation go to a worse one for them. Dark Zero, they've got plenty of cash to be able to buy up these rifles this round, while TLC back onto the save. They have to make this work. They do have that Viper's Pit to work off of, but both Drone and Ange are only one away from getting their ultimates online, and they're going for that ultimate orb because they know it's so useful if they can pick that up. And now, we're going to have the Nightfall online as Xro holds things nice and close. Oh.
But him getting taken out those top. Ooh.
Whoops.
Even Goofy's been taken out, taking all these aggressive angles. Dark Zero is just giving away picks that should not have gone. And now we're thinking, how do they possibly bounce back with this? That's Dark Zero gonna have to come up big with them playing 3 on hand. Pulling down these sites is becoming that much tougher. They're gonna have to find an opening entry. But apparently they have no sentries.
Get back.
Oh, one.
Oh.
But they go into 2. Simply the overpowering has been abundant so far. TLC on their save. Want to save themselves from a 4-0 start. Dark Zero pop out. The rendezvous taken. And actually managed to get another what was a 2-man advantage. Turns null and void once again.
Good call by Cade. 1v2 yet again. Should be able to get the spike down. Does have the Viper's Pit available. Going to be using this. This is going to be interesting coming out here. We actually saw the From the Shadows get activated. So there could be a relocation into Heaven. Going to take a couple of points of damage here. And it's the spray through. You're absolutely kidding me. Trick does it again. He's not a one-trick pony. As a matter of fact, he's got plenty of tricks up those sleeves. No kid's going to be running around trying to steal the cereal this time around, but it's going to be 4-0 now for Dark Zero. Thank you for your validating laughs. That was a bit of a reach, but I'm glad it landed.
You said Trick 3 times.
I'm aware.
Essentially while trying to grasp on whatever Trick thing landed. But I like for the third thing, you referenced Trick cereal.
It's Tricks with an X, by the way.
Tricks are for kids. Man, that's
Listen, you gotta throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
My God, Mark, you're actually just throwing dart on Velcro.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, the Viper's Pit got used. Immediately just traded out Dim Sum Boy. Used the Orbital Strike to clear that one out as Yoshi finds Screwface, and now TLC are looking to get their first round on the board. Also have that Tour de Force active. I don't know how Dark Zero are going to get themselves out of this one.
Well, maybe a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We're through the molly, out to the foot. 2 for Drone.
Oh my God.
Oh, he sends both of them home now. Nightfall ready to catch them all outside. Down 8 short, you push out. All these lines pointing to where they is. And all Cade can do right now is possibly just delays. 1v2. Drone, can you try to get more? Is this your 4? Knows where Cade is, has the line up there as well. And also Renz as well. But like, here's the thing. You can only take one aim duel at a time, and Drone decides, I'm gonna take none of those. I'm gonna be out. Y'all have fun with that.
I'm not gonna lie, that should have been such an easy round for TLC. Just like they just went in, they had the post plant positioning, got everything down, life was good, and suddenly, boom, Drone just steps out and puts the rest of the team down. That is unbelievable. But it worked out great. Just found that spray 2 double headshot, and now Dark Zero. They're still doing a pretty darn good job. Teal seem the brink of their economy being broken once again. Best of 2 ultimates. Still, you have to keep this one rolling. The defense is swapping up yet again. This time it's going to be the Fade and the Viper on this A site with a cheeky little teleport coming out on B. Getting those different angles. This Trick is ready for it with this operator. You don't see the Omen with the operator often. But if Trick can make this one work, this is going to be devastating for Teal Team to try and peek.
Do they want this either?
Tragedy strikes first.
Almost as though it's a Shakespearean play. Through the dark of night, tragedy will find them once again. But all Dark Zero for a reason. As they lay down more cover, Zextra will just continue hippity happening. Almost as though he's had some Trick cereal. You guys don't get that? The mascot for Trick cereal is funny.
Alright, suddenly I don't feel bad about my jokes anymore. You want to explain yours?
Of course I do! Trick gets 2! Right, the exact same angle to take out the Yop now.
30 seconds left.
DLC knows it's time to stop.
Yeah. And once again, this was my initial concern coming in from TLC. Picking this map as well. They struggled so much on the offense. And we're seeing that kind of happen again. Dark Zero are going to be able to take this round flawlessly. Trick using that operator, just completely shutting things down. Got so much value without having to use nearly any utility whatsoever. And Teal Team just had to just back right up. Look at this. The dual sniper composition is at play. There's not even a jet on this team. So good stuff coming out of Dark Zero thus far. Teal seems still really struggling to make their way in on any of these sites. It seems like anytime they're ready to go, Dark Zero just has somebody in an opportune position that finds a quick little headshot, and then the rest is history. They've been really good at the A attack, to be fair. Very explosive, very quick, able to make their way onto it. Thus far, Dark Zero have had their number every step of the way.
These are they might with all of them right now. Hello? Who this? New phone.
Well, that's what you said to me when you gave me your number. New phone, who this? I'm like, oh, thanks.
Because it was funny. Paranoia goes far, showstopper right in the middle. They caught it between Hook and the split test doesn't work out. Edge is now gone. And it goes wide.
What?
Screwface stays alive. You'll see him though. He stuck down to Hookah. Joe now caught Shawa with a beautiful wall bang. Our Screwface with the peak next. Nice shot by Zex. So faster on the head click. Lorenz finds his.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, rescues the operator as well. Wow. Down to the wire yet again. I think right now TLC are really relying on just kind of going in for a scrappy engagement. We saw where Yoshi ended up on top of the bunker. Saw 3 people, and they were all focusing, aiming down Hookah, just shooting their bullets. Not able to get one of them. Got taken out from the side. So great stuff coming out from Dark Zero. They've got those crossfires set up, and that was how Virtuoso dismantled teams TLC. Now this time, though, it is going to be an A-side attack. No ultimates online for TLC, but the tour de force is going to be online for Dark Zero. Showstopper available as well if necessary, but they've got more than enough weaponry for now. Ange using the snakebite to stall things out in showers. Make them slow down their pace just for a bit.
Slow to a crawl almost. That'll be it. Once the wall drops, though, which should be very soon, this allows Ange to hold the close angle right outside the showers that don't necessarily expect either.
I'm so scared.
On the other side. Now with the wall going up, Ange could decide to possibly move outside or right into spawn to take the duel against him. So because it's a safer play, and this actually backs them all off of showers as well. Still watching the angle. I'm not willing to give it up. Drone must expect this is there. Smoke goes up. Oh, he's loud and walking the shot. Still stopper out. If the boy doesn't get him. If they're staying alive now, they gotta rethink some of their choices. They get spotted. And it takes the Yoshi wins.
What?
And the second as well, the trade doesn't come through. That's wild. Yoshi actually just saved the entire round. But he gotta commit to plant. There's one left. And he has literally force. Just go up having him, but then I know they're expecting that. And up against Tanab, it's gonna be even tougher as to where he manages to peak. They're doubled up outside of U-Haul. And getting that collab will be the most essential part. The rendezvous not ready either. Ooh! Trading op duels, but that op re-clicks. Re-hits.
And that's so smart. Play in U-Haul, knowing that the big scary sniper rifle is online. Of course, also had a Vandal, but that's your best option there. So, good stuff coming out of TLC. They're starting to pull this one back. Just need to find a couple of opening picks and the rest is going to be good. We are seeing a bit of a scattered buy coming in from Dark Zero. A couple of Sheriffs, a Vandal, an Operator for Zextro, as well as a Marshal for, I mean not a Marshal, a Bucky for Trick. Trick has made that Bucky work before, and I'm a little bit terrified to see how this one goes out, but they're moving into the 3 stack onto B. Yet another way that this defense for Dark Zero has been set up. They're so versatile, but Yoshi doesn't care. Just wants to shut that versatility completely down. Now there's only 2 defenders left here, and Trick is extremely close with the Bucky.
Yoshi popping off this game. He's decided that he actually wants absolutely nothing doing with Dark Zero. And laying them down cleanly on a carpet, and he vacuums up their bodies. Damn. Ain't nothing more going on with that. Yoshi with 2 big picks. These are the rounds. And now with this, he's managed to effectively shut down what was ironclad defenses and now given finally a way for TLC to get back into the game.
Yeah, and I'm worried about Zex. Yeah, exactly. That's why. Still has his Operator hanging out in heaven, able to find 2. Does the Yoshi special, and suddenly TLC are just down 3 members. Zextro not satisfied yet. Wants to go in here. Dim Sum Boy goes through the plan as Zextro walks through. Unable to find it though. Falling down, dropping the Operator as well. Now it's 1v3. Only a Sheriff in hand for Drone. This round is all but done.
Maybe so, but maybe Dark Zero could possibly try to get one out of this at least. You know, I do always say that, hey, on your saves, you've gotten 2, you've done your job.
Yeah.
And they did the job at least. The op gets picked.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case though, because Dark Zero, like I said, had an incredibly scattered buy on that last round. Usually when you see the save round come in, it's because you want to be able to invest in rifles the next round. But they bought an Operator. They bought a Vandal. That's going to mean that they don't have enough cash to be able to buy up this round. And so they might have been hoping that to potentially catch TLC off guard by showcasing the couple of pistols and the Bucky and then taking them off guard with the Operator, which to be fair, the Operator definitely caught them off guard. An easy 2 picks coming in with that Operator just up in a heaven. So this is a good time out to take. Dark Zero have to start to pull themselves back together. They had such a dominant start to this map, and now TLC are very slowly pulling their way back. I think the scoreline is only, if not 1 evened away, now even. So good stuff coming out from TLC. They're starting to figure it out. They've got their attack plan down. 1 round differential, but they're looking really good so far. And now they also will have the Seekers as well as the Showstopper online as well. Yoshi has just been doing unspeakable things on these entry duels, able to just find the heads right off the bat, despite the fact that Dark Zero might have a little bit more time to react, just finding those heads so clean and so purely. Sean has also been having a pretty pop-off game as well, but still, honestly, Dark Zero, like Trick and Drone, they've been absolutely sick so far. And so it's not over just quite yet. Rifle round coming in from Dark Zero. See how this one plays out, Rav.
A big swing round for both these teams. No real big ultimates to speak of on Dark Zero's size, but a Showstopper and Seekers for TLC and could be big for the entry positions and secure the plant. Like, still in a neutral spot. Do note that, but ignore this triple push that's happening down by Showers. They're both two. Mariners are going straight in, but not past the walls. The biggest thing. Yoshi somehow does it again. A good seize or at least will punish him, but the fact they lose 2 on top of that is the biggest part. Now Dog Zero, they're being down 1. Dog Zero are even. But 3v3 though, they will eventually commit over towards B as Spike's still in their hands. He's got to move in somehow.
They got to deal with the chamber on B if they decide to choose that side.
30 seconds left.
They might be rotating around after all is gonna be going over to A. Oh, okay. Andrew's gonna be starting to move back, but Drone's still in the back line, and Drone's been good for these heads. It's gonna be a tough one. Let's see how this plant goes. Ooh, Drone falls down, and that's gonna secure the plant for the team as Andrew is trying to find a head, is able to take Dim Sum's hat right off.
Planted.
But peek along the side of that angle is going to be just even tougher. Angela manages to find one by the end of it. And Arcade walled off 8 bullets as 1 snake bite.
What?
And
you're kidding.
A sneaky wall bang will secure it. There's no more lineups left. That's the biggest thing. He's going to have to take the duel. They're just holding. They're holding. They're refusing. It's theirs. It took too long. Dog Zero get the round, but they lose everybody.
Pros don't fake. Wow. It seems like, man, maybe the trick stroke at the beginning of this map was actually incredibly accurate, because it seems like some sort of leprechaun magic is kind of coming on here. So many wall bangs, not really knowing for sure that somebody is there, but just happened to spray through, finding a pick. We're seeing that over and over again. That's unheard of, honestly. There have been so many kills that have just been blind fire and lucky. And this is why you spray through smokes, why you spray through your corners and everything. A very aggressive defense coming in, though. See how this one plays out for them. It might be good. It's a firing squad. And everybody from Dark Zero falls down except for 2.
You know, I liked the play. It would have worked out better if the paranoia came out earlier.
Yeah.
Because if that did actually manage to happen, that means that none of them can actually see it on the close angles. The spray might have not connected as well. But the fact that he'll team came on top of that is a tragedy. But they knew that, yo, we got to recon for this. We got to fight. We got to do something. Easy. By angle. 1 shot. Boom. A little bit off.
And Teal seem ready to even things out. 6-5. 1 more round in this half. They could take this half 6-6 now. Things are getting a little bit dicey here, Rav. We're going to be seeing full rifles being bought up from both of these sides. Ange still has that Viper's Pit. Is probably going to be deploying it on this map. Just really shut down that B side. Meanwhile, the attackers, they've got the Suitor Force. They're going to be using that, as well as the Viper's Pit of their own. So if they make their way onto the site, can really just lock things down, but will take away from the operator. That's the trade-off that you have when you bring a Viper as well as the Chamber onto the map. Let's see how TLC want to adapt to this. They know that the Pit is going to be down on B.
With the Viper's Pit locked down. Ooh. Billy manages Graves pass and but some boy gives away their position. They'll through that caught in the middle of the reposition as well. They get caught. Sean moves through the entire smoke. He takes out 3 as he's just driving by him. He's like, alright, cool, I'll take one for free. I'll get you. It's like he's in a shopping cart. It's free for all.
Oh, Sean's been playing some GTA because that was a nasty drive-by trick. Now caught up in the Nightfall as well. Has to walk through it. 2v3. Not looking great.
Yeah, especially considering they're all now looking hard at that, not being smoked off is the hardest part. Oh, Drone is now dead as they can spray down. A trick can possibly get 1 out of this. Trick can get none out of this. 6-6 half. We'll see.
All right, that's pretty interesting. It was a very dominant start for Dark Zero, winning 4 in a row, and well, TLC were able to pull themselves back. They started to understand, they started to crack the code, they figured it out. And not a second too late as they're able to get it 6-6. We have seen before against Virtuoso, Teal seem much better on their defense. Eventually, this could be the swing point because that means that they're in a much better position to be able to win things out without things going to overtime. It's what they want to see. So, let's see how Dark Zero want to play this attack. Looks like they're going to be setting things up onto A, but mostly putting pressure onto B. Have A as a fallback just in case. I think that's a pretty darn good idea. Meanwhile, TLC going to be using their, honestly, probably pretty aggressive defense here, getting into very forward positions and hoping that they can escape off of it thanks to that Viper Wall, thanks to the rendezvous. And the Trailblazer immediately scouts out Zexro as he TPs away just in time.
Playing with his life, are you, Mr. Zexro? Bet on Don's room.
Oh!
But that's what happens when you play with your life. People gonna come after it like that. And they definitely heard the rendezvous too, so that doesn't make life any easier. But they're on Antihiko. Again, Dark Zero. Hold on. We're in pistols. So, you know, playing aggressive is the name of the game. They continue to trade 1-for-1. Spike is planted. Teal seen. Now looking for the comeback. She's getting one to clear out Garden, but they have to somehow clear out Elbow as well. They're just being stalled at all ends. And Drone feels confident enough to swing off that. Yoshi just has to pop off and say, who say you can step to me? Who? Nobody.
And a great round. Man, you've said it. We've got to say it again. Yoshi is popping off this game. Yoshi has been so impactful for TLC. Sure, we just saw it as, you know, pistol rounds. Oh, you never know what's going to happen. But Yoshi has been consistently shutting rounds down just by finding a couple of picks early on. Right now, you see Sean on the top of the leaderboard because Sean has been also just kind of doing Sean things, running through snake bites and everything and just finding drive-by kills anyways. But Yoshi has been consistently good at finding a couple of picks, putting on so much pressure onto Dark Zero where they're having a very difficult time trying to maneuver their way around. This is interesting, though. Despite the fact that Teal Team just won that, Dark Zero are going to be forcing up. They do have 3 Spectres as well as a Stinger coming in here. To me, this says that they want to try and catch Teal Team off guard and potentially overpower them with that element of surprise. And yeah, look at this. Ange not even using the Spectre to spray it down, not giving away the information that they do have Spectres here. Let's see how this engagement goes from Dark Zero.
So match the whole strong. Knowing that Teal Steam, they got a lot going for them all. Them Spectres in hand. Gonna have to be tough. I imagine they gotta set up some sort of smoke themselves to ensure safety in passing.
Blinded.
Ooh.
But ooh. That's blinding light. And the spray, unfortunately, from Cade will do them no good, but with them being tagged. That's that. But she's stuck on the outside as well, so he can do no good. For the rest of his team, with just 2 being left, Dark Zero being down 1, the investment working out. All that being gone will mean that they should have a mighty advantage. So let's go into the next round. Close angle there. Spots 1. Dimsum Boy takes it back. As well as all look to move in. Wildman doesn't work out though. But does make sure he's low enough. The one body shot will do the trick. There we go. Make that 2 at least. Listen, boy. Also caught. He's taken out.
Wow. Now look at that. The last 2 remaining members of Dark Zero at a sliver of health. Honestly, it worked. You could tell TLC were ready to take that engagement on B long. They were like, oh, they're just going to have some pistols. We can just spray them down with their Spectres. Life is going to be good. But then when the bullets started spraying back, and the fact that they had more of them, well, it all went sour for TLC. And on top of that too, great pressure coming in from Dark Zero. They seized hookah control very early on and were able to get the wraparound, ensuring that nobody from TLC were able to escape through that teleporter as well. So great stuff coming out from that engagement. And now they're going to be taking another round with the advantage as we see TLC have to only be forced back to pistols. There's 1 Phantom on the board here. And once again, who else but Sean just runs it out and finds Drone right off the bat, picking up that gun.
I was gonna say that is the advantage of that wall. It's the whole reason why they set that up, because they want to try to spray in and flash out and find the pick. They managed to do so, but them getting punished is what they did not anticipate. Actually losing 2 as well is something that becomes way, way tougher right now for DZ. But It's consistent. Spike goes down. We got a couple of seconds before you'll see him decide. Maybe we should try some. One spotted. Take that kill.
Good paranoia, forcing it back. 3v4 on this retake. Kate is immediately just locked out by the snake bite. Now with smoke as well. The clock is ticking down. The pressure is on. Teal Team have to make a move. At least find a couple of picks to make this round worth it, Rav.
Gotta do some. And there you go. They managed to get to you, so things are a bit more worth it now, at least. But comeback, or the run back is gonna be even tougher from this point. And Teal Team, no, they don't want to necessarily try to take a, they don't want to try to live for this, but friends will drive to the spike. A good call from him. Last one is very well worth it to be on even footing against Dark Zero. Well, a lot of their members have died about 3 rounds in a row, so the econ is looking rough, but enough to try to invest it all.
Yeah, I mean, this is the weird thing of what happens when you invest in that second round. You're like, we're gonna catch them off guard, surprise them. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Worked out for them this time. So Dark Zero, they're more than happy to invest up because they already got a couple of rounds here, so they've evened things out. Now, we're going to be seeing operators come in here. Zex Row using that operator on B long is going to be honestly decent for Teal Team. If they do decide to rotate around, if there's enough pressure from from Teal Team to push them off of that A site, they're going to walk into that op. And that's what you want Zexro to see. Or sorry, not Zexro. The other chamber. My apologies. Still though, good advancement from Dark Zero thus far. Dimsum Boy tosses out the molly. Able to get a couple people to dance on the fire. Smokes are out. And now the engagement is going to be coming through from Dark Zero. They've already secured control around U-Haul.
That was a bit ugly. It's like, realistically, it was both of them just deciding, all right, cool, which of us lands more of these shots? Just straight flat out in the open.
Yep.
And these flat gun duels, I find, can never be pleasant for defenders. You'll see him losing 2 again from the beginning. Make sure that Dark Zero can back up into the round with how far back they're playing.
Yeah, and Teal Team are going to look for some exits. I think that the Viper's Pit really just kind of sealed the nail on the coffin for this round. If Teal Team did want to engage, they did have that showstopper that they could have invested in. And I think Dark Zero were a little bit worried for that. You saw them starting to spread themselves out within the Viper's Pit on both sides of U-Haul, just to make sure that if there was a rocket that went through, would only find at most 1 person. And Yoshi loses his life as well from Ange just going in on the flank. So good stuff coming out of Dark Zero. They're starting to pull ahead again. Only 4 more rounds until they win out map number 1. As a reminder, this is Teal Team's map pick. Looks like they aren't going to be able to buy up fully, carrying over the weaponry that they carried from the last round. But beyond that, we're going to see a couple of sheriffs being brought out here. I don't know if this is going to be enough, though. Dark Zero look like they're ready to just run things down onto this A site. The spike is over there. They're spreading themselves out, but they're ready to battle.
The op's still in hand. It's the biggest part. And the peek out.
Okay.
Watching that Angie right up front, no wall to cover. And finally they started off on an advantage for the defense. But through this, they managed to move it through showers, a nice paranoia, and 2 taken back by Screwface, baby. Don't even clears out a close corner, but they still have the op there. Renz is going to continue to be a menace, but the smoke being put down is key. He knew. He read him. Screwface gets 4 and makes them all into Blueface because they dead.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a timeout come in here from TLC. Not the result that they were probably hoping for. Honestly, it looks really good. We're not seeing those lucky wall bangs just happen left and right anymore, which personally I'm okay with. But straight up, Dark Zero are playing this very patiently. They've consistently taken the advantage where they can. The reason why... Okay, they did a little bit of a risky gamble, I think, on the second round of this half, where they did invest up, but they made it work. And the fact of the matter is they successfully have been shutting down wherever the people with the rifles are consistently. They're so clean on the attacks, and it's not even using explosive potential or anything. It's just very textbook Valorant. Go in, play off of the utility, throw the smokes down, and make it feel rehearsed. Don't just go in there and, hope for the best, which is kind of what we saw Teal Team do on their attack, occasionally trying to claim that B site with explosive pressure. This time around, it does feel like Dark Zero are playing this a lot more slow, a lot more methodical, and it's working out for them. Right now, I think the biggest threat that they face is going to be Renz. Renz has been doing a really darn good job with the operator, holding down the long sight lines consistently. Renz is not going to have an operator this time, but that's okay. With that Vandal as well, could get a bit of value, but has to be careful. Renz has poked out a couple of times and immediately gotten punished for it. Got to make sure they keep Renz alive to have that additional pressure, but Yoshi's already down. Oh, this is not how you wanted things to start out.
I mean, maybe not. But doesn't necessarily harm. No harm, no foul. You'll see him have to play these next couple rounds very, very precariously. One more, because 1 or 2 more slip ups, they can only afford to buy up at least for one more round here. They're gonna save against a team like Dark Zero, something that you do not want to be up against. Oh, the strike put out, reposition is good. He manages to switch up and the close angle shot from Zexro. Now come on down.
Okay, cool. The giant laser shoots down from the sky, and then Zexro pulls out some, Keanu Reeves-esque moves. Finds a quick little head and then swaps around to the operator, able to take someone out as well, shutting down the flank completely. The flank would have been the only effort that Teal Team would have had. I thought they've been doing a pretty good job of setting those up, but not that time. Dark Zero ready to just clamp down onto it. And now Dark Zero 2 rounds away from winning out map number 1. Teal Team force onto his save again. Sean potentially going for the run and gun. Has that stinger in hand. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Sean. Needs to be supported for it. Renz now will have the tour de force on the line. It'll be interesting to see whether or not it is invested. It is. I guess this is the right move here. Still though. Okay, who else but Sean gets one with the stinger, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised we haven't seen the Viper's Pit come in. But then some boy finds one. Yoshi finds another.
Wait. What is happening? What is happening?
1v5.
This was their save. They just they demolished them. No showers, invest in showstopper. It's gonna be a flawless. This will do wonders for their eco.
And their ego as well. Make them feel better about themselves. Are you kidding me, man?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go a little inside baseball here for a second, because when we're casting this, right, I'm providing a little bit more of the details here, and I just talked through all of that because I was not expecting Teal Team to actually capitalize on that and get as many picks as they were. And look at this, Dim Sum Boy finds the 5th. It's a flawless thrifty round coming in from Teal Team. What is going on, Ravish?
I don't know. I don't understand, and I don't like it. I don't like that when my brain hurt from analyzing. That's a good spot. And this right here is becoming one of those situations.
That works.
Wow, good momentum boost. Renz is going to be moving up this time around, though. We are going to be seeing the Viper's Pit online. Barely dodge out of the way of that one, and now a lot of pressure onto Dark Zero, but look at that. That's a very good Nightfall. All the ultimates online. Screwface, though, gets taken out.
Both of them popping up, but the fact that Zucrace is down is actually a really solid pick, because now with this Dark Zero, their empty powers, and they locked down a lot of these sites. Now we take away from them. It has to be up to Trick to take one. Viper's Pit down. He saw Renz as well. Gotta make sure he keeps him locked in that corner. Can't exactly just wall bang him. The rendezvous is still very much an option for relocate, but if he does, he gives up that space. And a possible side take.
Zexro still watching with this operator. Renz finds trick. And oh, Edge with the flick. 2v2. Spike still not down yet.
Edge actually managed to move all the way over into the corner. Does not know that Yoshi is there. As Dimson Boy messing with looking. Oh, he gets caught with a haunt. That's tragic. He'd make it around the corner. Oh, he's chasing him. Oh, he's chasing him. He goes all the way over. He has the angle. You can catch them both moving in. That's one. That's for free.
The pit?
He's stuck. The pit gets put out. Dimson Boy has to move all the way over. He's forced to go to heaven. You can't get inside. Oh, no, 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 no. What was around for TLC suddenly those topsy-turvy. Oh, how the turntables. Good drop. He stays outside. He doesn't commit to fully being in. It allows Dimson Boy to move in. Oh, but he gets caught yet again.
Yep.
Gets shot in the back.
Wow, these rounds are something else. A little bit of a ring around the rosy happening between that A side and the B side. Oh, let's go A. Oh, let's go B. Never mind. Bring it back. Roll it back. Let's run it back. It's on A. Crazy things happening there. I actually very much agree with using that Viper's Pit as well. That's more or less forcing out the save for TLC and understanding that they're not going to have the weaponry coming into this round. They're going to be able to make this more or less work, but we're seeing Cade only have a Sheriff. And that's got to be telling about how they're doing. TLC cannot afford to lose this map. It is their map pick. Next up we have Breeze, which is Dark Zero's map pick. Dark Zero looking extremely good thus far. And now they're putting pressure onto A. They're already ready to move in. Yoshi has to come up big yet again.
Or the Force. Could be the exact thing they need to lock down the round. But as that gets put out, now
Info.
look towards potential fake. The boy sees this. Woke. So the lace gave them a couple seconds to cover. But that's just it. Yoshi now has an opportunity to try to move in, and now we see Dark Zero. They have to look to lock down small angles in the site, and they choose to move into close quarter fights. It's 1v1 against themselves. Yep, there you go. Hop down one after the next. No real cover, no flashes means that there's no chance that they survive this. Because of 4v2. I don't know what Dark Zero from here can do.
This operator is still online. If Zexro finds one, could be good. Trick found one though. It's winnable.
Almost got Dimson Boy as well. There's a wallbang that works out, but there's 5 seconds left. There's no shot he managed to get this. It's looking for the trade back and just gets Yoshi instead. The spike doesn't go down, but he does enough.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that's pretty darn good coming out from Zexro to be able to find those punishes, really punish the economy of TLC. They're going to be able to buy up, but once again, they're going to be stretching to make it work. We're going to be seeing Dimsum Boy only have a judge online this time around. A little bit better than the last round. But yeah, Dark Zero used a lot of their utility, but didn't really follow up on it. So even if they were really hoping that they would catch a couple of members out, maybe get a pick or two, and then it'd be a lot easier to open it up. But unfortunately, they didn't. And they took a second before they decided to push in. So TLC had ample time to set themselves up, get those crossfires ready. And then, yeah, like you said, Dark Zero just able to jump in there. And they jumped right into the bullet storm. So good stuff coming out from TLC. Screwface doing a little bit of aggro, gets caught out by a judge, but able to escape.
Like, no health on him, by the way. He's just suffering currently.
Woo! Speaking of suffering.
Yoshi! That's what we call a double down. Swallows up, makes them into eggs. That's an omelet. Fresh for you. we were talking about Yoshi the entire game today. Talking about how good he is. And finally, it's a rough half for him. Alive and kicking. Dark Zero have been in these situations before, and they've come back almost effortlessly at a certain point.
Launching smoke.
And some boys gotta be careful as he does have the util out. Smoke gets put down. That just match to get one, just one. Unfortunate, and the target that he started previously, he secures. Sean, a big flash, forcing away to guard. The spike still in their hands. A spray catches Ange. Joe still has a spike though. Have to go up against Yoshi. And he gets all his targets.
And that's what we needed to see come out of Yoshi. Yoshi has, like you said, been pretty quiet in this half thus far. And now that Yoshi is starting to turn it up again, you know, Dark Zero just lost so much right off the bat. And that is literally just off of one agent and stayed alive on top of that. So good stuff coming out from Yoshi. Has that showstopper online once again. Could be a good counter when Ange gets the Viper's Pit online. Still the Dark Zero, still one round away, ready to close this one out. They are going to be bringing the Tour de Force in. Now their economy is starting to get a little bit thin. Teal seem feeling nice and comfortable with their monies thus far. A lot of utility used early, but Trick goes for the paranoia and actually catches somebody out in there. Does it?
Does it? Yeah, that's one. Huge. And Popsy caught the inkling of a second. Sean barely there. Sees the arm. This guy is pretty beefy. And she's been working out. He has 4 bullets. He's gonna have to reload. He backs away. A war of attrition. The relocation. What? He gets him with the classic. And now Dark Zero is set up to win bind. This could be it. Let's look to fight back. The jump shot not gonna work a second time. Trust you can't be doing that. A magician should never reveal his secrets, and you revealed yours. Nope. Now, running back. Spike not planted. Sean stops it. There's no cover, no help for Ange. And now, they called it a bit too early. I definitely did. Sprint gets spotted though. The rendezvous inside a U-Haul. Actual waiting for him to move in. Also denied a second time. They gotta do something here to go. Something and all the last seconds to move back. It's Renz v Screwface. Who gonna do it? Oh, he moves the teleport. Teleport. Makes it back. And now it's a game of waiting. He has to commit to this. Much as he doesn't know where he's gonna come from. Relocation, he moves all the way in. He's looking behind him. He should have seen it. He saw him. I know he saw him. He has no idea. He has absolutely no idea. Renz knows exactly where it's come from. It's a fake. It's a tap. Yes!
Excuse me, I'm worried.
That's how you never give your back to your opponent.
Oh. You cast a curse today. You thought it was a sure round, but of course, Sean just says no. It will walk in onto the team and completely just turn that one around. Despite the fact that Trick got into the enemy's back lines with that from the shadows. That was so big. Usually from the shadows, you know, you do it. You're like, oh, very cool. You can see at the back. Oh, there they are. All right, and I'll cancel my teleport. Actually able to go back there. Finding 2 frags. You have got to be kidding me. Trick pulling out wondrous levels of performance this game. But still, it just falls apart. You know, it seems like when backed into a corner, we are going to be seeing Teal Seam just claw their way out. One of their players decides, not this time. All right, we're making this happen. And immediately just able to win that one out. There is no way that 4v2 gets lost out. And it's because Sean just decided, I'm going in. And then had the support in order to make sure that one was going to be good. So Renz able to seal out that round. Now a timeout being called on the edge of victory. Dark Zero still 12. While TLC just found their 11th. One more round and we're going to be going to overtime, Rav.
He saw him. He couldn't relocate in time. Knew exactly where it was coming from. It was free. And now look at the buys. If Dark Zero don't win this round, they're on a save. Wait, no. It's OT. It doesn't matter. Nobody's on a save. Equal footing.
Trick is already banged up. That is not good.
Orbital strike. The trick should manage to get out of this. I mean, committed to the molly just barely. And they corner them outside of the TP, but they win the trade some way, somehow. The nade lands on a dim sum boy who's pushing them in showers.
Oh, that's perfect.
Get a shot for Renz, though. They catch him as well. There's nothing there. And now this is the round. And we could possibly see DZ run it back. That's it.
I was like, let's not call it too early. But yeah, it was not looking good. I mean, Sean just decides, all right, it's time to go in, has that Spectre in hand, ready to make that one work. But Dark Zero are going to be able to win that one out. A lot closer, honestly, than I was anticipating this to be. But wow, TLC really made a name for them, really gave us a case to really think that they could have tied that up in a good timeout, coming through to make sure that Dark Zero could win out map number 1, which was TLC's pick.
These games gotta stop being so damn close.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. You're standing up.
You're right. I can't even sit on a seat because I'm wow.
Well, Rav, if you were thinking about sitting down on a seat, well, you should experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and Localhost. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Now, we're going to throw to a quick little break, but when we get back, we're going to have map number 2, Breeze, between these two teams. We'll see you just after this.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Spacey shit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs. My name is Mark, discussing alongside Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet, of course. But, hey, you know what? We've got a pretty exciting game for you right now. It's Dark Zero up against Teal Seam, qualifying for the semifinals. We started out on map 1, which was Bind, Teal Seam's map pick. And, well, it was Dark Zero able to win it out 13-11. Now we're going to be headed over to Breeze. And I don't know about you, Rav, it's getting pretty hot lately. Let's see how this match is going to just heat up.
It's nighttime right now where we are. It is 21 degrees. And it feels
23 where I am, thank you very much, if you want to do
that. It
that.
feels like 25.
Oh, dude, that's in Celsius for our American friends.
Yeah, it's, sorry, on freedom numbers. But in the morning, you know, it was like 32. So
Yeah.
it's far too hot here. And in Breeze will continue to be so, but you know, we're seeing, you know, hot weather, hot Valorant players, and even hotter shots of what we're experiencing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I hope
Yoshi
we can cool things down. Yoshi is cool.
Is he cool or is he hot? Because I don't know. Some of those shots were pretty heated. All I have to say.
Los dos. That for those of you who don't speak Spanish, that means why not both?
I mean, okay, Katy Perry, but still, we saw amazing things. Because you're hot, then you're cool. Come on, Rav,
Yeah,
you
I
know
got that, but
okay,
it was like,
okay.
this is what you're doing. You see what you're doing?
Yeah.
Reach it.
Yep. Hey, listen. This is why I got these long arms for a reason, so we're gonna make them work.
And now you're bragging that you're tall. We get it, man. Whatever. Hey, let it go. I am average height if I was in Southeast Asia.
The fact that you had that down to a T and you knew exactly your geographical location where you would be the average height says a lot. But once again, Dark Zero up against TLC. We've seen a lot of pop-off moments come out from both of these teams. Once again, first map was TLC's map pick. And of course, Dark Zero were able to win that one out. Dark Zero had a pretty commanding lead, but TLC were starting to figure it out. They were very quickly coming back into it, and things were getting a little bit chaotic. TLC, of course, Yoshi mentioned that earlier, finding heads left, right, and center, able to find so much value. But honestly, looking at Dark Zero's side of things, so many other players were just fragging out consistently. And especially, too, taking more long-range gun duels, which makes me a little bit concerned moving in onto Breeze. Because if they can take those long-range rifle duels, as well as, obviously, the operators were definitely working out for Dark Zero, Breeze is the map. Breeze is the best map for things like that to kind of work out for them. So, I think I can understand why Dark Zero would pick this map, but I'm curious to see what the agent compositions are going to be. We're probably going to see a Viper, probably going to see a Jet, maybe a Sova. I still argue that Sova's viable here. People might choose Fade over it, but I think Sova's good.
I think Sova's quite good here still. To be fair, the thing is, like, I haven't seen Breeze in so long. I feel like nobody plays it. Because I feel like you're either really good or just absolute dog on it. So more often than not, it gets banned from many map pools that I've witnessed. But currently, the comps we've seen so far, I say, are reminiscent of what's been pretty prevalent in terms of the meta. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw identical composition.
Honestly, same. locking in that chamber makes a ton of sense. You're going to make sure to get that tour de force, play the long range op, and the thing is too is that fires faster than an operator. The time in between bullets is reduced, plus you drop your slow field if you hit somebody. But I do think that the KO is going to be huge, mostly just because if the KO is able to land that 0 point, shut down the Viper's utility, that more or less shuts down the defenders, and can also shut down the attackers as well. These Viper walls make the difference on Breeze. I've seen some teams decide to roll with the Sage as well in order to kind of double wall it up, but quite frankly, one wall is more than enough, especially if it's Viper's wall. It just shuts down a lot of the site. But also, too, we've seen a lot of kills through smokes, so who knows how this one is going to play out, Ravish?
Well, I'll tell you right now, with the matching compositions that we're facing, honestly, I kind of saw it coming. With Screwface on the Jet as well, it's not necessarily, too obscured, and everything else is kind of where it should be, I'd say. Slaughtered in perfectly. Consider what we saw to Dark Zero in the previous game on Breeze, their map pick in itself. How TLC will adapt and survive is going to be a massive question mark. You have numbers for TLC on Breeze, Mark?
I can get those numbers for you. TLC on Breeze, their win percentage, pretty darn good. It is 63%.
Hey.
If we do compare that to Dark Zero, well, Dark Zero only have 50%. So, this is interesting. According to the statistics, maybe the machines know something that we don't. But it's looking like TLC should be able to win this one out. But keep in mind that a lot of these statistics don't actually mean anything when it comes to the actual gameplay. These teams could have been practicing different strategies and rollouts on how they want to play things. And on top of that, too, a lot of characters have gotten reworked over the past recencies.
We're not, though. We'll see how they continue to adapt the equanimity. That doesn't bring the question as to how both these teams might play. What it does bring forward, though, is what these first two pistols might have to say about them. And put down easily 5v5.
Yeah, it was a very quick take by Dark Zero. Zextra opening it up. Yoshi on the flank, though, might catch Ange off. That might make things easier for Team Seal, or TLC to move their way back on for this retake.
And with Renz even being gone as well, both being caught in the same position, TLC continue to be, I want to say, pest through all these angles. But hey, Yoshi managed to get at least one of his own. It's nice. Dashes in right into Zextra.
And just like that, Dark Zero pick up their first. I think this is interesting. Dim Sum Boy this time is going to be on the Chamber. Haven't seen Dim Sum Boy play Chamber just yet. Last map was on Breach. Wonder how this is going to be working out. But on this defense thus far, Dark Zero, those pistol rounds, they look pretty comfortable about it. And on top of that too, like we said, they have a pretty good job just having that manual aim. We're going to be seeing them bring in Spectres here. Sometimes teams decide to go for the Marshal instead, go for those long-range duels, but who's bringing a Marshal? Yoshi's bringing a Marshal. The defense this time, though, is more heavily favored towards A side. Dark Zero are going to pick up this Ultimate Orb and commit on, but they might get met with quite a bit of resistance.
Across dividing walls are there. Sean was trying to get one, but Renz, from Bridge at least, will trade away for his friend. But still through this, they made their way onto the A side pretty comfortably. They will get the plant down. As soon as the wall goes up, they'll have a chance to try to reposition, with both of them playing right outside the right pyramid. Actually, watching that flank is huge. And not much more being done on the side of TLC, but Team A's.
Yeah, very clean. On top of that, too, they only lost one member, so Dark Zero, nice and comfortable to go into this bonus next. Of course, one member they did lose was Screwface, and in the grand scheme of things, not that bad, because Screwface only bought a Marshal. No, had a Spectre. Sorry, I'm thinking of Yoshi there. So, we're going to be seeing the rifling round come out of TLC now. Going to be setting up their defense, spreading things out a little bit more evenly. It's going to be Dim Sum Boy as well as Yoshi holding down that B side, and this is where Dark Zero are going to be applying their pressure. See how this one plays out. Unconventional to have both the Viper as well as the KO in the same position on the same site. Still though, a fast engagement from Dark Zero.
Fast indeed, but that would that becoming 1v1. Good on Yoshi. So try to anchor the site, but maybe tucked way into the corner. You have to try to not get timing, then TikTok from Angie. With the situation. Drexro finding the long angle. Right through arches. Comes in Sean. Past the site. A good flash, but that'll be it.
Nice and easy. Dark Zero take the bonus. Good stuff coming out from them. Now, this is where Team Seal are getting a little bit scared. They're gonna be TLC. I did it again, Raph. But still, it's tough for them because they're still not having a good time being able to try and stop the pushes. Dark Zero more or less feel like they're just able to get in for free. They're setting up their utilities so well rehearsed that it doesn't even give TLC a chance to peek them before they're already on site. And then it's a 5v2 duel. We know who comes out on top of those ones. And Dark Zero are already getting the spike down. And Zexro finds Dim Sum Boy right off the bat. Screwface already on site.
And it was just because he didn't have enough cover. Right away, goes into an open angle, is clean, but you saw through the dart, they managed to find one, and he's the one that peeks out as well, knew there were no other options, and through the flash as well, there's two people belting down bullets.
Oh?
And only one survives between the three. Shotgun kill will secure the spike plant at least, but maybe that's a bit more premonition and retribution given over to TLC. Some moral ambiguity, if anything. But as a clear angle finally gets established for Trick, it'll be just Yoshi.
I'm so glad that there's no team member here named Toad. Otherwise, I'd have to hear your Toad as well.
Well, I can only do a Toad. I do really good Wario and Waluigi, I will say.
Oh, that's good to know for the for a different period of time. I'm hoping at some point we get a couple but anyways, Dark Zero, they're gonna take 4 in a row now. Looking very good for them so far. Honestly, they've had really clean executes on both that A and the B site. Usually you see them favoring one side of the map over the other, but no, it almost looks like they're just like, okay, just like we rehearsed, let's enter in. It's gonna be clean, gonna be nice and easy. So they're gonna be going for a split push again. It's gonna be favoring this A site. 2 to 4 is gonna be on a line. Dim Sum Boy is going to try and take the challenge, has that operator holding down A as well. Now I like this from TLC. They've split up the KO as well as the Viper. Two agents, that are really good at stalling it out, using the mollies in order to stop entry onto the site.
Ooh, shot, and no Yoshi loses the duel. I don't know how that happened, but with all that mid control not given away, although Dark Zero haven't necessarily favored it, but the flank watch not a necessity anymore either. Yoshi being gone, he's only pushing through doors. Dim Sum Boy out. Oh, he took out his knife for a second. The tragic timing continues to affect TLC. The op is now gone. The spike isn't even on any site yet. As Screwface is kind of moving his way through, he should be able to spot ones by arches.
What?
And turns around to get Cade. He has not died through all of these engagements. Volley runs manages to get him, but at what cost? It's only one.
Yeah, this is so good for Dark Zero. And on top of that too, because they know that it's only Ren's left, they're able to take the ultimate orbs, get themselves the ultimate points moving into the next round. Look at that. They've got the Hunter Series as well as the Viper Spit online for the next round. Only ultimate pop thus far is the 2 to Force. Crazy stuff coming out from Yoshi, just playing on that B side. And this is an interesting offense coming in from Dark Zero. Ren's going to be potentially fighting for his life here. It's going to be the fragment tossed out in the back, but able to take out a drone. I'm going to have to take this 1v3, but it's probably not going to end out too well. Wow, they're really swarming in from every single angle. No shot. Okay, Ren's in a 1v. Okay, there we go. That's right. Finally able to shut that down. But what I was trying to get to was that Dark Zero, they're throwing 3 on one side and 2 on the other. And the thing is they're so confident about how they want to play things just based around which agents are going on to which site. They have just enough utility to comfortably enter into both of these sites. That leaves Teal Team scratching their heads as to which is the real site where the spike is at. And that is not a very good situation, because then their resources get spread thin, they're losing a couple people, and the next thing you know, they're forced back onto a save. Dark Zero, 5 rounds in a row on Breeze thus far. This is not looking good for Teal Team.
Woo! But this time they're not playing a 3-2 split here, Marks. Their deciders run all the way through tunnel. And even our Sean is gone.
Wow.
And the round is done. And has a gun. You know, he has a guardian. Okay, you know what? I get that. I've done that so many times before. When you think, okay, it's planted, it's done. I swear they added the time it takes to plant. But,
you know, I agree with that, actually. It's like, oh yeah, I'm pretty much. Oh, damn it. Oh boy. Yeah, thankfully there's enough time.
There's just a half a second where I'm like, this feels off. If this is the old me, this would have been planted by now.
Yeah, well, we are going to be seeing now Teal Team. They're going to go take a timeout, much needed tactical timeout, because they just lost yet another round. This is going to be the round that they are going to have rifles, if I am doing my math correctly.
Yes, you are.
So, this is where they need to start pulling things back. This is looking very reminiscent on how things have gone for this team before. But TLC were able to pull themselves back, so, you know, they're not out of things just quite yet. But Dark Zero are looking so dominant on this attack. Once again, because Dark Zero picked this map, that means that TLC put themselves on defense first. Usually that is the way that you play if you're trying to rack up a bunch of rounds early on, so that when you switch halves, you only have to win a couple and then you win out the map. It's definitely not going that way, Rav.
No. Not even close. To be fair, Breeze is a attacker-sided map. Yeah, according to many. But the biggest thing is that it becomes an attacker-sided map when you get onto site. And anchoring a site on Breeze is no easy task, I want to say.
No.
Especially when you're a duelist as well. You're looking towards, you know, cover 4 different angles, especially on B. Now, right now, you'll see they're a little bit spread out. There's one playing his floater, a little bit defaulting. But the biggest thing is that they had to push out. The trademark was ready to actually catch them on that. Dark Zero were deciding to finally go mid. So Badrun should have actually caught one peek all the way over into neutral. But look at this. Dark Zero not wavering. They're still moving through as one single unit to catch one. Sean wins. That's the up down, but will he continue to push past this? Has flash drive, but he can't get him, but he managed to secure it at least with the wall bang.
Okay.
In wall bangs, Yoshi gets one of his own, and Dark Zero lose 3.
Yeah, and that's also Spike down at double doors. Dark Zero 2v4. Dim Sum Boy using the tour de force. Able to put on a lot of pressure. Zexro, though, might get some timing here, Rav.
He did get caught. Should use it.
30 seconds
They
left.
know we should be positioned, as you'll see him have rotated it over. But look at this. It's going to be all about who gets the peak on the angle first. And Dim Sum Boy, he has the app. It should just be him. But he was aiming a little bit too low. No spike into the hands where they could pretty much essentially just play that. And all I'm just looking for right now is maybe just a couple picks here there. Extra goes down, unfortunately. And my... No, they don't manage to see it. Oh, no.
Ooh. Yeah, Ren's finding the final. That's a good momentum booster if you are Teal Seam.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you get that one on the board. That's where you got to start from. So, good stuff coming in from them. Dark Zero decided to go for that middle ground push. They wanted to try things out, you know, change up the strat a little bit, see what they can get. But that just kind of allowed some of those long sight lines to really favor TLC, especially given the fact that Dim Sum Boy had that tour de force online, that just allowed things to just kind of fall apart. Enough pressure getting tossed on there. And of course, who else but Sean, just running things forwards, willing to take the duel, winning things out against Screwface, which really just slowed Dark Zero to a halt. Now Dark Zero, back to basics, going on to the B side, and they have to deal with 2 in the back.
What? And it will not matter because they didn't go through the choke fast enough. They just died. And with the Viper's Pit locked down, Screwface up top. Ooh,
no way.
Up, gone. Shot goes wide. That's not bad. Spike still planted, but they need to take down the person down by arches because look at now where TLC are coming from. To respawn. They should have an angle down by window if they want to try to delay this. Dim Sum Boy has spotted nobody. And now it is up to the 2 of them to push through arches. There we go. Wall goes up. They have to get spotted. They spot Screwface, so that's crucial. At least not with it being locked inside of a corner. It'll be up to them on how they hold. And the outline's given away at Dim Sum Boy. Now to a 2v2. Still inside the smoke. Viper's Pit. It's still prevalent.
Ooh. And
it goes right past Screwface.
Whew.
Even though you spot him, you can't kill him.
The Screwface special. Man. Okay, so what happened there? How that, what do you call it, Hunter's Fury got so much value, Rav. Like you said, they couldn't get through the choke in time. What happened was they got stuck by a fragment, took enough damage that all it took was 1 shot from Renz in order to secure that double kill. Things were looking so bad for Dark Zero, but they persisted through it, pulling out the blades, Screwface able to come up, take out Yoshi, which was absolutely crucial. But they were able to use the Viper's Pit to perfection and use that, and it secured the round for them. Now, a Viper's Pit can be out from TLC this time. Zexro might be taking a 1v2. This is going to be dicey. Finds one. Has to back off out of the other, but Sean wins those. And just like that, Dark Zero are already on site, and they are going to be getting that B side spike plant.
With them going down once again. TLC continue to play with their lives. They continue to fall super early on before in these rounds. What seemed like favorable situations. Fisher managed to get another, and they walk right into him. Good trade by Renz. He's luckily there for his homie. But this is shaping up to be a save for TLC once again.
Oh, what's the magic number? Double digits. If... Oh my goodness. I thought they lined up for a second. I'm about to scream, no way. Nah, it doesn't matter. Trick finds that final kill, and yeah, the spike goes off as well. Dark Zero inching closer and closer to hitting double digits in this half. 2 away from doing so. 3 rounds left in this half. Things are not looking good for TLC. They're forced onto a save yet again. A couple of sheriffs. Sean is going to have the frenzy. Who knows? Maybe Sean will come up big. But yeah, right now Dark Zero are having such an easy time moving things through. I really think that TLC need to be careful with how they're using their mollies in order to deny that entry onto site. It's so effective, and we saw why it is effective a couple rounds ago. So they have to keep on doing that if they want to win. This is going to be Dark Zero able to pick up the ultimate orb this time. One of their members a little bit closer, but Zex is holding this really close on Dim Sum Boy. The Hunter's Fury is online as well. Oh. So many tools for Dark Zero.
Question is, when will they use? Ooh, they matched about 2 of them on the site. Oh, that was so clean. You saw him drag up. And just take out Yoshi, who's looking to just do jump. A simple, innocent one, and that's about it.
I actually think that jump peak was for double doors. It wasn't even for spawn, so...
You're right.
Yoshi just got taken out. Completely blindsided.
Screwface not blindsided, though. The faster hit him. Wall drops. Easy. TLC got antsy. And Dark Zero decided to get fancy. Up top.
I'd high five you if we were in the same room.
Thank you. A lawless. That's what it means. Suit and tie, bro.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy. Dark Zero.
I punch you for the same reason.
You would high-five me for that one? I see how it is. This relationship is a one-way street.
It is?
Oh, man. But still, like, Screwface being able to hide just behind the Viper's wall was so good. Obviously, you know, Ange was there to be able to just spray down as well, but still, just completely caught them off guard. The timing was perfect. I thought it was a pretty good idea from Teal Team to take a little bit more forwards, take an advance. Use your utility, push out into them, see if you can catch any of them off guard. That is going to guarantee that you can at least get a rifle into your hands, and then life is kind of good. You can even out the battleground a little bit more, and hopefully win things out, but wow, just the patience on Dark Zero. Especially Screwface. You can tell. He was just like, do I look out? Oh no, my gun's looking out. Okay, look into the corner. I think they're going by. Okay, the wall is down and time to strike. So, this is real tough for Teal Team. I don't see a scenario where Dark Zero can start to fall behind, but they are only 9 up. This is a big if Teal Team are able to secure 2 more rounds, you know, maybe we're superstitious today. Maybe that curse can be activated. But once again, if Dark Zero do hit that 10, I think this match is pretty much over.
I think you're the only person who's superstitious. I'm like a little bit stitious usually.
Right.
So I will hold all intentions until it becomes a natural factor. But as of right now, you know, things are pretty okay. I think, you know, Dark Zero is do well for themselves. TLC are doing their best. Continuing forward in this tech pause. Maybe, you know, I think TLC it does give them a bit more time to breathe. These pauses can be crucial, you know. You do get a small bit of a mental reset as well.
Yeah.
Even if you're just replacing your mouse.
Yep.
You can breathe in and breathe out a bit more, because the amount of focus it takes to play Valorant for hours upon end is.
Oh, absolutely. Put in the tactical and tactical shooter. You have to be so active, and as soon as you start to slip a little bit, you can just see it in the gameplay right now. Teal Team are taking a little bit more non-coordinated aggressions left, right, and center, and are not doing things as cleanly as we would want them. And that's kind of how it starts to wear on your mental, especially with a scoreline like this. It's hard not to be in your own head. So like you said, this is a good opportunity. Swap out the mouse. It turns out it was just the mouse which was holding you back. Got to make sure you're on the right DPI and really get that mental back in space. So potentially you could start to turn things around. We're still in the first half here, and it is very dominant coming out from Dark Zero, but it's still not over for Teal Team if they do decide that they want to start winning.
Do you just decide to start winning? Is that it?
Well, I don't think you consciously decide to start winning, but, you know, you enter the flow state, you know what I'm saying?
So like when you're swimming,
that's when you're great at Valorant. Yeah. Don't bring your computer and equipment into the wow, I'm distracted. It's gonna be an early Hunter's Fury coming in though from Trick, trying to get a little bit of information onto site. Dim Sum Boy misses the first operator shot. That was crucial.
Speaking of crucial though, the Dart managed to catch them one on the entry. At least the spray connects. Dark Zero punished for their mildly fast push.
What?
Speaking of sprays, they get one back to Trick, even watching the angle as well. Through mid, it gets them both on window. And puts them right into the wall. 4v2 right now. And one tag by Arches. Yoshi sees them, and now they know exactly where both of them are. It is just going to be who they get caught by first, and Zexo gets them both.
Woo! Dark Zero. Last round in the half, they have an opportunity here to take it 11-1. That is not a good scoreline for Teal Team. It's looking...
You think?
I know. How about that? I need to be a bit more confident, you know?
Thank you. Please.
There we go. So, we're probably going to be seeing these ultimates get popped at some point. Sean, having that null command, is probably going to be the tool for engagement. We see a lot of Dark Zero grouping up. Or, sorry, no, that is on Teal Team. They're probably going to push out and try and take the advantage here, but Yoshi doesn't find anything. Trick, gets caught out by Sean. This is already off to a pretty good... What? That's the 180 headshot, okay.
It was like a shing, 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 bang. Immediate retribution. But through this, so Dark Zero do manage to lose too. Dim sum, boy. Let's see it. No. How did he win that swing? There's no way, and now the null command is gone. There's no res available for TLC. 3v3. The two of the forces active. Oh my God. I gotta be back. I'm yakking.
Switching sides.
Yeah, that was some disgusting shooting there. We saw not one, but two 180s come in, landing headshots as well. It's kind of unheard of, but of course, a way to just kind of shut down the rounds. Extra goes, oh, hey, wait, that's a head. Boop. Flies out. Oh, another head. Boop.
I hecking love Rens, man.
Okay, there it is. I was wondering if you were going to say that. I'm not going to lie.
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, look at the frags right now between these two teams. 12 is the highest on TLC. Dark Zero are all, generally speaking, above that. The Trick with 12, Zexro 14, Screwface 16. It's so clear.
It's an even spread, though. That's the best part.
Yeah. It's insane. All right. We're stopping around. Things aren't over just quite yet. They're looking not great for TLC. But who knows? Maybe they can start mounting their comeback now, starting it out with early aggression. It's an early trade and the spike is down. But look at that. Trick finds two.
God. Trick. You're supposed to make one bunny pop out of a hat, not three. Caught in the middle of the choke, right in front of them yet again. Our TLC. It is 1 against 12.
Yep.
They have to invest everything here, but because they barely got any picks at all, they're probably gonna have to do some. And so you know what? Trick is they're taking a timeout. I have no idea why this is happening. I could not tell you. Besides them deciding just the best way to strat on how to just crush their mental.
I mean, you know, it's always nice to take a little bit of a breather. If you've got it, why not use it? So, Dark Zero, so dominant. We saw for a second things are getting a little bit dicey, but yeah, Trick. Honestly, Trick is the treat right now. Just able to find so much value, finding so many picks all over the map. That Sova should not be getting as much value as it is, but definitely is. So great stuff coming out of Dark Zero. They're ready to just move into the semifinals, not waste a minute, although they are taking a tactical timeout. So you can do with that information as you please, Rav.
You know what? I think one of them had to go to the bathroom.
Oh, maybe that's it.
I think that's my assumption. And that's where they decided to do the timeout, because they're just chilling. But we'll see what Dark Zero spawned with.
Oh.
They won the previous round. They're not buying. They're just, they have shorties and pistols.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Trick's got the old.
Wow. Okay. Hey, he gets one. And Dark Zero want to clearly keep this game going on for a little bit longer. Let's see how many Angie gets.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. We back. I mean, this is going to be interesting now, because now this is kind of like TLC taking a bonus round, whereas Dark Zero are going to be buying out their rifles.
Yeah.
Even then, though, not able to afford everything. So I think that they're just kind of having fun with things. And honestly, this is where a snowball could start. I don't want to jinx anything or call anything, but you know, it always starts with one. So,
okay. What? Make your bets. Who ends up higher in the leaderboard? Zexro or Screwface?
I'm going to say Zexro. I'm Team Zexro.
I'll go with Screwface.
Okay. What is the winner?
Nice flash. That's one. No
Drone.
way. Drone took all three of those. Zexro's not allowed to even get one more. Damn it,
Let's
Zexro.
go.
Shoot none of them. Please don't do it.
Hey, so what are we betting here? What do I win?
Stop it. Nothing.
Damn.
And gets the final, and Dark Zero steamroll the Oshawott on the beach.
Yeah. Which is also kind of ironic because you think that Oshawott, water type, should do a decent job at the beach, but
no, he drowned him.
Yeah, straight up, you never thought a water type could drown, but here we are, Dark Zero. Absolute stomp onto TLC for that one. It was 11-1 in the half. Gave up one round on each half, only needed only 2 to win in the second. Dark Zero just looked absolutely phenomenal, Rav.
I think that is the exact statement that I would use to describe it. Dark Zero, dominance is might be what they also stand for. DZ could be just disgusting Zextro. That's that's the only other Z word. Xylophone. I don't know. Point being,
that's an X.
Is Zootopia. Dark Zero are good. They're now in the semifinals. To move forward with everything got in for themselves, and we do still have a couple of the games still going on right now, but we'll manage to finish out the bracket tomorrow and see who are going to be joining them. Will it be a crew? Will it be any time? I believe a crew was up 1-0 last time I did see it. Not sure if that is still the case, but they're still doing quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we've got Elysium up against Resonate and Knights up against TSM Academy. So things are only going to heat up tomorrow as we enter into the semifinals and then the finals, which are happening tomorrow. But before we let you go, I just have to remind everybody that gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger just after a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. Book a live session right now. Make sure to use promo code STREET20 for 20% off and start getting better at games. I know I can start getting better at games because I'm not very good at Valorant, Rav.
And that is perfectly fine. So you can get better at Valorant. So can all of you watching as well, if you want to be as good as Dark Zero. But wish all the teams for coming out today, showing up and showing out as usual. Fantastic games. Big shout out to everybody on our back end as well. Of course, Days, the Ferme, T, and Reno for doing their thing, making us look good. Appreciate you, Marks, being by my side the entire day. Of course, you'll be by me by tomorrow as well. Appreciate y'all for watching. We'll see you back here, same time, 5 EST on NSG. Until then, I'll be Ravish. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. It's 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.